Good evening, everybody. How are you all doing tonight? We'll see what you need there, Akakadak, because you need 2 hoverboards on top of each, well, not on top, but maybe beside each other, and then you have a 4-wheeled mode of transportation. All right, this is a new experience. We've got a couple of differences in the, that would be no bikes but skateboards. There could be 4-wheeled bikes. Akakadak, 4 unicycles is a fantastic idea. It's possibly one of the best ideas you've ever had. I think you should do that. Game needs to be turned down? Okay. Actually, you know what? Let me try and get some of the, I'll do it at the master level. How's that, everybody? I can give it a minute just to make sure that we set our levels the way that it should be. Is everybody else happy with the levels? Do I need to consider anything else? Shall I zoom in and you can see all this territory that you've been missing the whole time? I was thinking more along the lines of like those, yes, Vikings World. We went for a Charlemagne start. We actually had a Charlemagne game that we were going to do. We were going to take through to the end, and we had to reset it, so we're fairly early on in a Carling playthrough. Welcome. Okay, game volume will go down a little bit more. Thank you, Akakadak. You obviously know why. You were here yesterday. Well, Vikings World. If you're talking about a lame... Are you talking about the lame, like having to reset? It just gave me an opportunity to talk about the new game again. Actually, so obviously you seem a little bit familiar with the title. If you have played Carling Start, we've suppressed the Widukind Rebellion, and we actually had a big revolution that we needed to deal with, so we've got a bunch of titles that we've stolen. Do it as unknown? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Kakadak, I mean, this is the one, this is sort of the catch, right? Which is, I'm so used to streaming at like a 400 upload that now that I'm, streaming on a PC. So you'll also notice, like, I had this weird seam at the top, which would obscure a lot of these menu items. I mean, obviously those are gone now because I'm streaming this on a proper setup. So you kind of get to see what the game actually looks like, and yeah, it is actually a good-looking game. It was purely my inability to stream it at a decent resolution that was causing that. You're here yesterday, but you don't know why my stream actually looks good. So I have built a new computer. I'm playing on a PC now. I'm not streaming on my Mac anymore, laptop. And in addition to that, because when Seriously Clara came in and we did that 3-word story, the donations that I got, I kind of worked it out, and if I upgraded my internet, so I went from 400 upload to now 5 megabytes, the difference in price would be about $10, which when you're a student is still a meaningful difference. Like over a year, that works out to be $120, and if you're only making TA wages, which is largely paying for school, you want to make sure that you're not like just spending on stuff that is, is unnecessary. But given the fact that the donations that came in from that 3-word story alone were basically covered me for over half of the year, I kind of figured it's like, well, I'm willing to cover like the other half of that side. I mean, that's a pretty big vote of confidence from people. And very generous of them. So I sort of thought it's like, that's a really great way that I can sort of see an immediate increase to the quality of the stream for something that is relatively affordable. So. I've joined the other dark side of the computer world. Yeah, I mean, obviously the PC is not going to translate into a whole lot for this game. I mean, this is more the internet connection that allows you to sort of see all these different pieces. There's one mod that I'm using, which is the it's the transparent map mod. So this is kind of what it looks like if you just focus on the lay of the land. And the difference here is you can sort of see some of the textures and whatnot beneath. Normally you can't. Normally this is just kind of like all painted on. So I thought it would have been a nice touch if they included things like the trees. Obviously you don't see those, but I don't know. I think it's a fairly nice mod, especially when you start looking over the mountains and things like that. The only complaint I have is if you head over to India, the mod kind of makes it a little difficult to see the provinces. Like you can see them, but the definition isn't quite there. If I were to turn that off, it would look a little bit more. You're kind of pissed off, hard to eloquently type. Also takes Venice for those sweet shekels. So let's talk about conquest, guys. So we won't be doing a lot of that to begin with. We had to put down a bunch of rebellions. We've expelled the Jews, which means that the money that we have is it. And Charlemagne's only 42, so he is relatively relatively young. I would rather not have him die if I can avoid it. We finally had a male heir, so we actually have somebody who can carry on the family name. And the biggest problem that we have to deal with right now is the vassal limit. Well, in addition to the fact that our army is basically non-existent. We'll be able to bump that up a little bit once I get my my vassals under control. But right now we've got 4 titles that I need to learn how to deal with, and then I also probably have some titles that I can revoke. Let's actually do that right now. So I could take Holstein from him. That's just because he's a heretic. Let's worry about our prisoners. I did not legitimize Pepin, no. You're tired again. Oh, real skeleton kill man, I do hear that you need sleep every day. I don't always follow that rule, but that could possibly be the reason. Alright, so for whatever reason I can't revoke his title, probably because he belongs to somebody else. Okay, so I haven't taken the titles from people. So this is the first thing that I should do is seize the titles that I can. Rebellions are a fantastic way to reorganize your realm. Some of these jokers I will... This is actually a little tricky. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to focus on the individual titles. If I just take a title, I might be in a situation where I don't have anybody I can hand it off to, so I kind of need to be a little crafty in terms of how I organize this. Probably from a party you just got back from an hour ago. That's where you rode the hoverboard. Parties where you stay at home forever. It's always a party in my place, no matter how few people are there. Okay, so the first thing that basically the best title for me to take would be a duchy, obviously. But I also want to make sure that I can actually give it away to somebody who's loyal. Otherwise, in terms of my own holdings, I've already got 2 duchies, and that's just going to further infuriate... Oh, I've got 3 right now, actually, so I need to get on top of that as well. So basically, the more duchies that I have, the more infuriated my vassals are going to be, and given the fact that I already have a faction which is large enough to potentially start rebelling, I need to keep people as happy as possible. Now, getting my realm under order will ultimately give me the... It'll give me my sort of my force limit back. If I'm holding on to too many things that I shouldn't, the game's going to penalize me for it. So what I want to do right now is just see within this duchy, is there a loyal vassal that I can give the duchy to? If so, great. If there isn't, well, then I just take one of his lower titles and see if I can create a vassal like that. So we kind of already have that condition, right? We've got a few different vassals inside here. This one has -2. I'm not as worried about that, but this fellow right here has an 8 opinion of me. So, in this case, this gives me somebody loyal, for now at least, to reward. Oh, hey, this guy is even more loyal. He's even loyaler. What I actually want to do, I should probably make sure that I'm... see, you know what? I screwed it up. I don't quite get why the duchy had such a large amount highlighted. I mean, I could do the tyrannical thing and... I'm just a little curious how much -20. What do people think of me? I don't think proper realm management is quite worth that. Alright, how do I handle this? So he's gonna wind up with Capua when I take it. Why not spam spawn noble? How would that solve the current situation that I'm running into? Supply of Reckoning, the Spymaster is currently working on it. So this is Thankulf of Thurginia, which is where my Spymaster is currently hanging out. Although, yeah, no, it's the same guy. So, I mean, that's the hope, but they're fairly advanced in terms of the plot, so whether or not they actually get away with it. Runebroder, I think the biggest thing is that for Twitch, so there's 2 ways that you can go about it. You can say, you know, okay, well, we're going to police every chat, we're going to have global mods kind of going through everything, and we're going to decide how people talk. Or the alternative, and I think probably this is the side that they're trying to go on, is to kind of assume that as a whole, people are not awful, which is sometimes a hypothesis that is tested. But basically to have people such as yourself vote with their presence and say that, you know, if this is the kind of environment that you're going to foster, I don't want to have any part of it, right? Like, I could watch a streamer that I really, really enjoy, and if the chat is really toxic, I'm very likely not going to stay inside of that channel, and so it's... I think it's just kind of a situation where they're trying to rely on people to do the right thing and maybe not provide support to the kind of places that don't create a good environment. But with that in mind, I'm sorry that you didn't have a great time where you were, and I hope that you find this place, if not less bigoted, at least slightly less stress-inducing. You got banned for pointing it out. Well, the good news here, Runebroder, is that I am very lazy and I have no mods, so it'll take a lot to get banned from this one. Alright. So, I mean... what I'm just going to try and do now is try and find a neighboring noble who is not likely to... not likely to wind up inheriting one of the other duchies, so... Actually, you know what? This is going to screw up the placement. I've already ruined my My realm. You know what? I'm the king. I don't care who hates me. I must have... This is the OCD stream, so... I think we'll start by seeing if there's any family members that I can give that off to. I think I've more or less... handed off titles to everybody who I can... who's a Carling, so... Runebroder, I mean, I'll put it to you this way. I don't have a whole lot to fear from a legit Trump supporter. I think that's kind of a position that's normally self-discrediting. So I figure somebody's got to bring something a little bit more than just having politics that I may not agree with to ban them. I mean, I'm playing Crusader Kings 2 for crying out loud. This is not exactly the most progressive game in the world. I banished the Jewry because they had money and I didn't want to pay back a loan, so... Alright, it looks like we don't actually have any Carlings I can give that land to. Yeah, we already went through all that. Well then. Actually, Hank. Where am I? Who's my daddy? There we go. Doesn't really change anything though, so. Carson is worse, but trying not to spark with flame. Well, I mean, so, like, here's the thing, right? People are allowed to disagree. I would be happier having a chat full of people who are actively interested in the issues that they're talking about. And if that happens to be politics, I'm fine with that. I know there's a style of conversation that says it's impolite to talk about these things, but frankly, I think if something matters, it's worth talking about. The difference, though, is that there is a dialogue, and then there's just shouting at each other. You know, to say Ben Carson is not equipped to be president, kind of, in my opinion, isn't that controversial of a statement. You know, the qualities that make you a good neurosurgeon don't necessarily make you equipped to run a country. And, you know, unless like you want to say it's like, oh, it's because he's a Christian, he's not qualified to hold office. I mean, even then, right, there is a way to have that dialogue. You can say that maybe there is something about that set of beliefs that make you ineligible. I mean, it's kind of difficult because there certainly have been many people of faith holding that office, right? At least everyone has stated that that is their belief, whether they follow it or not. But yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, presumably as long as everybody has a place, you know, to state their beliefs and to be able to defend them in a way that doesn't just completely bulldoze other people's, you know, ability to speak, I really don't mind if somebody says something I disagree with. You played a lot of Civilization. You get like a free worker if you build the Great Pyramids. I think in like Civilization 2 it was a free granary in every city or something like that. Alright. So I don't have any family members to give that title to, so let's just go to a court. Find somebody who doesn't completely hate me. Actually, let's go about that the other way. Let's find somebody who doesn't completely hate me and doesn't have a title yet. Congratulations. You're now Duke. Alright. Only an entire dungeon full of prisoners to do that horrible thing for again. Okay, so rather than make that stupid mistake again, I'm going to take a quick look at Toulouse. So basically the problem that I ran into is I don't want to break up my realm. So as you can see here, right now Toulouse includes Rossello. So what I'd like to do is have Toulouse only involve these blue counties. And so the ideal is I find a loyal subject who's already in Toulouse that I can give that title to. So in this case, you've got 10. The best one, of course, is somebody who could potentially die and give me that title, but it's kind of hard to actually pull off. So in this case, we'll revoke Toulouse and hand it to this loyal fellow. I mean, you could also argue that it's better to make the people who are maybe like on the margin about disliking you and making them a little bit more loyal. But the big thing here is I want really strong allies on my side to deal with any potential revolution. So this guy's a little bit more of a lock than, say, taking somebody who's -10 and then giving him those territories. Well, we're pointing. I mean, it's a nice trait to have. I mean, whether I live up to that ideal or not. Like, the big thing is, it's a little bit like what I was talking about with my micro instructor. It's like you can talk about. So, sorry, this is going to be like not Crusader Kings for a second, but I figure you guys are kind of used to that by now. So, we did a lot of auction theory. So, you can have, like, let's say a Dutch auction where I think that one is you start at like a maximum price, like a price higher than anybody's willing to bid. And you lower the price, you lower the price, you lower the price. And at some point somebody says stop, and that's the price at which they pay. And then you have a traditional auction, which is that there's one good, you all bid, and the person who bids the highest gets the good. Let's say you have a sealed bid auction where everybody, puts their price in and goes through. Now, the theory of auctions says that all of those auctions will actually result in the same amount of revenue for the owner. And as far as bids are concerned, basically what's going to happen is the price that is paid for that good. Let's take the first price auction as an example. Will be the value of the second highest bidder. And it has some predictions in terms of the strategies that people will employ, so on and so forth. And this is making some assumptions about the fact that, like, everybody knows each other's valuations, but there are versions which allow for some uncertainty with that as well. And I was talking about the fact, I said, I've actually participated in a Dutch auction, and I've participated on eBay and things like that. And if I sat down and thought about it, I treated each of these auctions very differently. And I sort of would have had this intuition that they actually result in different outcomes. And so it's very surprising to look at these, the theory that we've done and say it's like, actually, it doesn't really matter which auction you use, the outcome for the seller and the price is effectively going to be the same. Well, the prices may be a little bit different, but I'll leave that aside for now. And then we were talking about the fact, but of course the big thing and the exciting moment in terms of theory is when you actually go and you apply it in the real world and it doesn't behave the way that you expected, because that's where you make the innovation, right? It could be that your model is a little bit too simplified, and so you need to account for, that bit that you left out. And so it's a little bit like, that in life. You can, stay in the bubble. You can read the newspaper articles that you agree with. You can read, you can talk to people who are like-minded. I mean, I've been enjoying the wonders of Tinder, and there's a lot of people where it's like, these are my ideological requirements for you to date me. And it's a bit of a shame, just because I would much rather hear, clearly if somebody has a different set of beliefs than me, they offer some of their own perspective. Maybe something that I'm missing, maybe not. Maybe they're mistaken. But it would be a lot more interesting to me to hear a different point of view defended strongly by somebody who's passionate about it, as opposed to maybe sort of this kind of passive-aggressive, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here for a second. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love devil's advocate. I play devil's advocate for heaps. But, I'd much rather hear somebody tell me what they believe, even if I disagree with it, so that I can have that moment of reflective equilibrium where it's like, okay, so why didn't I think of it that way? What am I missing in this equation? And whether or not my opinion changes, I walk away from that experience better off because I can at least appreciate this other person's point of view. So, anyways, I guess I should read chat now that sermon is done. I could have used random spawn. No, yeah, but Vikings World. The thing that I have difficulty with is why. I guess the question is, why would I do that? Because, like, in terms of Benevento, I need to have somebody that I can actually give the land to. And then as far as Toulouse is concerned, like, I've already got landed nobles inside of that duchy. So in this case, I might as well just give them the title. Like, is there an advantage to using a random spawn noble that I'm not aware of? You were at an auction once? Yeah, I mean, auctions aren't... I mean, they're fun to study in economics. I just don't know how often they're really applied in the real... Like, even eBay is more of a marketplace now, right? In terms of the expected value of the good to the individual, like in this case, it's just, I have my valuation for this good. There's no ambiguity in there. But like in terms of, like, basically I'm talking about revenue equivalents. So between a first price auction, second price auction, all pay, Dutch auction, English auction, all of those, at least in the most basic form without any kind of like uncertainty or something like that, would give the seller the same payout. The prices that people will pay potentially differ. Like, obviously an all-pay auction is going to be different from a second price auction, because if I lose the auction, I don't have to pay anything in second price, whereas all pay, I have to pay something. But I think you need, like, a vicary auction is the one that would give you a different payoff. I don't know, guys. I just finished finals. I'm not thinking about this as straight. Oh, not a problem, Neural Slash. I'm sorry, I'm kind of idling in the menus at the moment to... I will eventually get onto gameplay and stuff like that, but obviously... I mean, this is a game... I think, especially playing a game like Crusader Kings, the game is political by nature, so clearly being able to talk about... being able to talk about these issues, and, people are talking about, any advice that George Bush received. Or any of these kinds of ideas, I think it's worthwhile. I mean, this game is very much about, working with what you have, trying to make the best of your, of your situation. So sometimes I'm gonna have to bring the real world into it. Pie of Reckoning, I am an economics major. I'm pursuing a master's degree at the University of British Columbia. All right. So actually, this is good for me because I can finally give this duchy to somebody who matters. I just want to make sure I do. Okay, well, I own this land. Okay, so just to recap what I was doing here. So the nice thing about this is that the duchy that this guy has is actually this one. And so I can finally remove these titles from this area. And again, because he's a traitor, I'm able to get away with that. So again, we'll just find the most loyal member. In this case, I won't actually give all lower titles because I'm currently below my domain limit. And that just gives me an option of handing something over a little bit later, so... I really don't like the fact that this is included. Can I make this? I don't have... Oh, that's right. We lost this in a fight. What do I do about that? You know what? I think I'll just have to live with it for now. Never trust Ulm. Ulm ever? Is this in reference to those Europa Universalis videos? I absolutely love those. A lot of things that President Bush said are coming to light now, but you're not one who likes to talk politics. Well, like I said, it's Crusader Kings 2, so politics is definitely welcome in this chat. I mean, this is the big thing, right? Is that there's a lot of stuff that people will remember Bush for. Clearly not the most gifted speaker in terms of presidents, but then neither was Jefferson, right? Jefferson was a very good writer, could not speak. And I mean, there are things that were done properly. There are things that were done improperly. In terms of, so I think this is maybe a little bit better known now because of a film, Inside Job, which isn't necessarily... Like, I remember really liking that movie when I first watched it, and then I actually sat down and thought about it. I'm like, actually, this isn't exactly quite as good as I thought it was. But I mean, in terms of deregulation of the financial sector, I mean, the crisis happened under Bush's watch, but certainly, Lawrence Summers' Treasury Secretary, Scott Rudin, and Clinton were the ones who really sort of paved the way for the sorts of financial institutions that ultimately were the ones that were affected and brought on the financial crisis. So, I'm not an American, so I can't really say how I would vote in elections or something like that. I don't necessarily find that much in common with the Republicans as they currently stand. But, I mean, I'm not automatic. That doesn't automatically make me a Democrat supporter. But in this case here, I believe the issues that come up in that are not ones that are just simply Democrat or Republican issues. Like they're ones that are specifically about a set of policies that were chosen. And I think the people who tend to get the blame for certain behaviors tend to be like the easy target rather than necessarily the right one. Another example would be that in terms of the New Deal policies and for social programs and things like that, Clinton is certainly responsible for undoing a lot of them, which is not normally something you associate with Democrats. And that's not necessarily to say it was the right or the wrong course of action, but it is to point out that, a lot of people will look at Reagan as the kind of guy who's constantly shrinking government and trying to get rid of all those, progressive policies that people like. But one of the ways that Clinton balanced the budget would be through, through the closing of programs like that. And it's something that falls on both sides of the political aisle. So history is 30 years removed, and sealed files are even more removed. That goes for all presidents. Yeah, absolutely true. Ulm is one province with no army minor faction that people like to play to prove how good it... Yeah, this is the EU4 thing. Actually, we've got Ulm in here somewhere. I think we own Ulm. Yes! And he's currently in prison. My Ulm now. Remember, I've never seen Seinfeld, so I don't even remember him for that. Social studies are interesting for those reasons. Streamer is great at laying out those issues. Thank you. The new CISA bill, Dem 88 in favor of Republic. I'm really bad at following American politics right now. I remember having a really great social studies teacher in elementary school. His name was Mr. Carter, and he did this really nice job of taking the issues that we were discussing and just giving them a little bit of life. Like we would learn the material that we needed to learn, but we would always sort of learn maybe like an interesting biographical tidbit about somebody or something like that. And I think it's a really nice way of approaching that subject, because it's very easy to reduce history down to, you know, the memorization of a whole bunch of dates. But to actually make, you know, the thing is, like, history is written by people, usually very young people. And I think there's something really wonderful about grounding it in that kind of material. So I just inherited a whole lot more vassals. Okay, that's fine. Just opportunities for more restructuring in the realm. But yeah, so I think, you know, that... now the nice thing for me, right, is I have Crusader Kings 2 and Europa Universalis, so I can always fall back. If I want to talk about like an econ subject, or if I want to talk about, you know, a social issue or something like that, I have this medium of gaming and sort of a captive audience in the fact that, you know, you guys are here for a show about this game, which I do occasionally play. But I don't know, I think a lot of this stuff just comes down to finding the right way of communicating, and when you manage to get that, all of a sudden it's, I don't know, it finally kind of reminds you why people actually dedicate their life to studying this stuff and why it's important. So, of course, I won't claim that I'm always successful in doing that, but that's kind of the ideal. Holy crap, this guy is loaded. But I don't necessarily want a very powerful vassal, so let's give it... well, he's also really loyal. What do I get if I give... okay. So increases by 60. What does his son think of me? Well, his son really likes me too, so... why do I have to give away Savoy? So what I did there, it's not the wisest because I may need the money for mercenaries, but in this case I just want to make sure that I'm not giving away Savoy to whoever gets Upper Burgundy. And that helps bring my vassal limit down. Yeah, I know. A lot of people love that show. I like television. I don't have any kind of cable or something like that at home, and I don't always have that much time to watch it as well, so... Religion Court of Public... so yeah, I mean, I never got directly a religious class, although we did sometimes cover it in social studies. I actually had to do a debate, argue in favor of the teaching of religion in public schools, and won. In history, teach the controversy. Tales are great intro to periods and things. Yeah, absolutely. And even just a little bit up... so, like, here's the thing, right? We read a little history of the world. Actually, the next stream will be the one where I complete the book, I suspect. And I really get to appreciate exactly who Charlemagne was and what he accomplished through that children's introduction. I never quite appreciated Charlemagne quite the same way until I read a little history of the world. And so I think there's definitely there's a great gift. I mean, there's a reason why history is one of the muses. So I think it's a really wonderful way of communicating ideas and important ideas to people. So... allows companies to share data with all government legally with no recourse to the citizens. Yeah, Pie of Reckoning is a very nice soundtrack. I have a couple of music packs inside, but it's... the only thing I'd say is it's sometimes a little repetitive, but when it's nice music, you sometimes don't care about the repetition. All right. Oh yeah, and Runebroder, I mean, I don't know about neutrality, but normally when I want to hear about stuff like that, I usually go to a group like the Electronic Frontiers Foundation or something like that. If, you know, for whatever lack of, I guess whatever lack of neutrality, let's say, I think they at least try and back up what they say with some degree of evidence. Okay. Slowly working through the traders. Oh, that's all of them. Okay, so the last thing I need to do is get rid of my third duchy, so Orleano want to keep. Oh yes, Flanders. So I was actually going to hang on to this while I stole titles from people, so I'm not actually going to... I'm not going to do anything about that one. So now my next question is, how did I wind up with so many damn vassals? I have to do one more tedious thing, unfortunately, and this one is just go sort it by rank. So this is... One great thing about a Charlemagne playthrough is you get to learn about managing vassals. The thing right here is that I've got 64 vassals who are basically count or higher rank. So what I want to do here is I just want to find if there's any counts in my realm who I can shuffle off onto lesser titles. And actually, in this case, I can also create some touchy. I can create some duchies to eliminate these as well. In fact, I think the majority of these... Yeah, the majority of these need to be created. Okay, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to save my money until the revolution starts. We can claim papal land. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. Wait for the revolution. Once that is either dealt with or... well, if I lose, I lose. There's a bit of a problem with that. Then I can focus on building up these duchies and just sort of managing the rest of the realm. At the moment, I'm also just going to make sure that I have the laws that I want. So this is Agnatic Gavelkind. I'm going to want to switch to Agnatic Cognatic. And the... Let me just see. You need to be reigning for 10 years, so... 77... 814. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. $814 hasn't happened yet. How do I possibly have... I don't even know. Okay, I won't worry about that. So an 89 should be when I switch everything over. Oh god, I really need to get... I need to get all this in order. Elective Gavelkind is... Well, we'll work with it. We do have the Yuletide music pack. I have no idea when it's going to start playing, but I hope it's soon. Paradox should make children's games. Oh man, look at it just, yeah. Or Pony, I do actually own Sengoku, and with the new PC, I can actually stream it. Futurama is a TV show. I have seen Vikings World. Well, I mean, Runebroder, at the risk of sounding a little bit too... You know, at the risk of maybe sounding a little bit too, I don't know, I don't think wishy-washy is the right term, but okay, for lack of a better term, is it like clearly there's no prerequisite to having an opinion. I could state, you know, many opinions about, let's say, Romanian politics, you know, because I have somewhat liberal political beliefs, both social and economic. You know, I think they should adopt a party like that. It's clearly not an informed opinion. I think one potential benefit to giving voice to it, I mean, obviously you don't want to be the person who just like makes noise and doesn't listen to others, but even if it's an opinion that maybe is devoid of all of the facts, the one benefit, of course, is that if such a person gives voice to them, and they are met with somebody who is able to respectfully engage them and, you know, maybe articulate what might be a counter-opinion, or what might even be something that's in agreement, but maybe in a better form, that's an opportunity for that person to learn. Now, the drawback, of course, is that not a lot of people who have uninformed opinions necessarily want to be educated, which is maybe where the problem is. But you know, I always like trying to create environments where people feel like they can give voice to their interests or their issues, just because in the end, hopefully, people learn stuff. If Nato's going to bribe you to play it, I want to see you tackle Samurai Politics. Well, I can probably play Europa Universalis 4 for that as well. By the way, Warpony, you can always feel free to bribe me to play, but I do own it, so... By the way, everybody can feel free to laugh at those people who left because there's no gameplay. We're actually getting on to the gameplay part. Which at this moment is just sitting at a screen watching a bunch of events. New steward time. Pool's kind of thin, but I'm okay with 16, so in this case here. The important thing here is that again, because I can't rely on borrowing from the Jews anymore, I need to make sure that I have a treasury that can sustain at least one mercenary army. Yeah, and that's exactly why, because something like this is going to happen. So, I'm afraid the faction I represent must insist on elective monarchy. We are fully prepared to take up arms should you refuse, and rest assured we have enough men to enforce our just demand. So the game tells me that they have got 288% of my Oh my god, what happened to my army levies? Well, this'll get interesting. I will not be blackmailed. Okay. Let's take a look at what we're working with. So the obvious case here is to go from Paris directly into Orléans, which is great because I'm going to be able to usurp that title for myself. This is going to prove a little bit more troublesome.
For lack of a better word, is good.
Fine, I will. It isn't like I wanted to see you conquer Japan as Masamune Date or anything.
Oh my god. Did the alert actually trigger? Oh my god, Warpony, I didn't actually... Okay. I'm very happy to take your money, sir, but that was not a demand that you pay me to play Sengoku. I was going to play that on its own. Thank you so much, man. That's really nice of you. Let me just take a minute and make sure that this stuff is showing up the way it needs to.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me.
Twitch, please.
I would never want to belong
All right,
to any
there we
club
go.
that would have someone like me for
Here we go. Warpony, I will,
Read,
that's what you
for
missed.
lack of a better word, is good.
This This is a test donation for $51.
Zodicide, how's it going? Alright, anyways, Warpony, my inability to handle the finer parts of Twitch aside, thank you so much for that donation. I definitely appreciate it. I actually feel kind of bad for saying I will happily take your money. But I'll take it nonetheless. Alright, so the name of the game here is... Actually, we should be able to see what their... Okay, so they've got 3,000 troops to my 2. I'm going to whittle them down by 233. And of course, the important thing here is I can actually bring in allies. I've got... who is it? No, it already tells me. It'll basically make it a fair fight. So what I still want to do here is... Blessings upon your house. I will join your fight. So 723 men is not fantastic. But the prince... 18,000 troops will take care of that for me. And he has 181 troops, so it doesn't really matter to me if he joins or not. Buckets of ducats. Hey, I'm sorry, G. How's it going? Do you need to bribe me for $51? To do what? Zodicide will also take money. Give him all the money. That is not an instruction. But Warpony is bad. What? Okay, so we've... Sorry, getting back to game. Sorry, guys, I got really flustered with donation stuff, so... thank you. I should focus on the game. So we've kind of accomplished what we normally want to do, which is to do some kind of a division of the enemy troops. We're going to be able to gobble up the 452 down below here. I'd rather not obviously have to fight them with my 395. We are going to have to deal with a bunch of people up in the north, but the nice thing about this is that the AI can be a complete moron, but it doesn't matter because once we take Genoa, then we're going to be able to just go into the north and take the rest of the rebelling territories. And even the AI can figure out the path there. So in this case, this is more or less a one war. But with that in mind, I still want to keep on top of this. Actually, should probably leave a token force to... What do they have as far as a garrison? 260? I'll leave enough just to take Orleans. And then we'll make sure that all the heavy hitters are at the front. Including Widukind, who saw the justness of my cause and... I forgot already? What? Convinced I wanted to commit Sudoku once, but I accidentally committed Bukake. And Runebroder, why didn't you like Sudoku? It's actually a fun little puzzle. Some of them are punishing, but... Alright, this is a little bit of a problem, just because... So, again, we managed to unite our troops, which is sort of what we want to accomplish. But they were able to unite their own, so they've got basically 3,000 troops. Now, the nice thing is that these territories aren't really worth that much for me. And so they will just kind of wind up reducing their troop strength, claiming territories that won't necessarily bring up the war score that much. And so what this means is I can start claiming sort of capitals and important territories from other members of the rebellion. So that's... me losing this territory up here. Notice I still have 12 war score, and that's basically just because of the fights that I've been engaged in. Oh, is this even... Nice. It's actually just one area. So In this case, I don't need, don't need to worry about clustering up my troops that much. Orleans is already going to fall. As you say, Old Orleans better than New Orleans. And we're sort of just sucking up the low-hanging fruit before we move into the main force. I was supposed to do samurai politics to... Samurai... I have to do the samurai politics right now? I mean, I could just behead everybody. Right, we have a tithe. So it's just 23 gold, but again, we're at a point I'm not doing a very good job of talking about mechanics like I normally do. One of the things that I focused on here is things like the business focus, and again, sending my steward to collect taxes rather than doing something like improving the economic advances. The main reason why I'm doing that is so I can... The main reason that I'm doing all of that is so that I can build up the duchies, basically so that I can organize the realm the way that I want. And once I've sort of completed all of that work, then I can worry about things like infrastructure and so on and so forth. So the big thing right now is that all of my goals can be achieved through money, either through hiring mercenaries or, creating new duchies, or, basically every problem that I need to deal with is solved by money at the moment. And so in that case, I'm going to throw as much as I can into the stewardship trait. In a different scenario, I should actually, because I'm a little bit fragile in terms of my political position, I just need to find somebody who I can maybe bring on side with this. Preferably a duke. Nope. Let's go for him then. Apparently, because she's a bastard, it doesn't actually matter, so let's give her some somewhat desirable traits. And it is so weird for me to see stuff like my Twitter referenced by Nightbot. I'm really unaccustomed to this sort of stuff. You will allow me to do samurai politics next week. There's something special planned for the next few streams, actually. Make a black guy pope? Let's see who the current pope is. Lucius II, eh? I almost never touch the religion mechanics in the game. I guess I'm actually gonna have to conquer Africa before I start getting some subjects who will be eligible for that. Alright, the rise of the Shia. The schism at the heart of Islam dates back to its earliest days. The majority of Sunnis have long persecuted the followers of Ali, the Shias, forcing them into hiding. The partisans of Ali took his descendants for leadership, but they were forced to keep their ancestry a secret. Now, though, the Shias are mobilizing their strength behind a boy who they claim to be Ali's rightful heir and imam. Other Islamic jurists claim that the boy is clearly a fraud, but to his followers, he is the person that they have been waiting for, and now they flock to his banner. Ha! The fools fight amongst themselves. So big thing we're doing here, I need to wait for my forces to get it to full strength. So right now we've got 5,000 troops sitting in Genoa. And I'm not... Even if I combine this with the Byzantine troops and assume that everybody isn't an idiot, I'm still outnumbered by 1,000 people. So I really actually need to have everything together to make this happen. Fortunately, we got what we needed. And as I said, these areas are all meaningless in terms of in terms of their value, so they could just keep sieging them, and I really don't care because I've sort of got the more prime holdings, and then I just simply combine my forces and make the move. Followed on the Twitters. Thank you very much, Warpony. I'm trying to be a little bit better at sort of keeping up to date on things like that. I have the Steam group, which I've started posting a few more things inside. And I do have a Discord. I haven't made it publicly yet, just because I don't like the idea of sort of creating these points of contact and then not following up on them. One of the reasons for the Steam group was that if I ever wind up in the situation where I'm not able to just keep adding people to my friends list, I want to make sure that there's a way that I can at least interact with people on Steam if they want to, you know, basically just see what I'm doing, or look at the recommendations, or even just chat. It's another way that we can interact. So. Charles is afraid of the dark. I can ridicule him. That should do it. He can gain slothful, wroth, or craven. Try to address the cause of the fear. I can make him trusting, diligent, or craven. Or I can let him handle it alone. A very high chance of him becoming craven, diligent, and then cynical. So let's do our best to address the cause of the fear. Charles seems to work so hard when he needs something done. He has gained the diligent trait. Is it really 5 days until Please say no. Okay, 18th. Never mind. I'm good. Jesus. I was about to freak out from it. I still need to buy gifts for people. Hottest December since 1950. Wow. I didn't know that. And Vikings World, I've played it once with actually somebody who stops by the stream, CPO Williams. I didn't play it on stream because until very recently, I didn't have the bandwidth to support it. So now that I have, now that I have my bandwidth, I am sort of considering. System Shock has money for gifts. Now I do. I will send. I'll make sure that my friends send you a Christmas card, Warpony. But yeah, so. God, sorry guys. I am completely scatterbrained today. Baller alert? Yeah. Christmas is on the 24th, 19th now. Yeah, I'm on the West Coast, so it's just 10 o'clock for me. But yeah, with that in mind, I probably should get on top of... should probably get on top of the whole gift thing. This, by the way, is one thing I don't... Sorry, we were talking about multiplayer CK2. One thing I don't like about the AI is they will starve me to death because they've just locked on... So, multiplayer CK2, I've played it once, really enjoyed it, and I will definitely open the possibility of playing with viewers again. I don't know if I do it on Fridays, but I definitely like the idea of playing with people. And I think the only problem that I'd have with it is that if you ever go above 3 speed, I think that becomes a little bit of a problem. And Akadak, I see you in Diablo 3. Can you come and slay demons for me in my CK2 game? But yeah, so I think if I go any higher than 3, the game just desyncs and it's a waste of time. But you're getting a few books. Well, the important thing, Vikings World, is what books you're getting. Because I can think of some, like, my Amazon wish list. I took a look at how many textbooks I have in there. I'm like, oh man. One, I really am a nerd. And two, it's, gifts are, I don't know, for me, books are actually well, they can be a really disappointing gift at times, but the right one is probably one of the best that you can get, in my opinion. What level Rift is CK2? It's life level. Legendary gems don't level themselves. Okay, what the hell am I gonna do with this guy? Can I imprison him for whatever reason? Nope. Should look into this option more often. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go to the people in my prison and steal their titles before any other problems happen. So this is fantastic. I can add Orleans to my holdings, which means that my domain grows, so I'm back at the limit, and I will get a few more troops to my name, which is kind of the important part. I've completely forgotten which ones are rebels I've already stolen from. I think probably, yeah, definitely better to take the Republic. Okay, this is good. I think I can actually possibly lose some vassals here. Ooh. I think he's also... Yeah, he's Germanic, so I get to take everything from him. It sucks to be the wrong culture. Comic books. Oh, nice. The Martian, 1984, and Hitchhiker's Guide. 1984 is a fantastic book. Haven't read The Martian, and Hitchhiker's Guide was like one of the... It's like one of the first books I remember reading in middle school and like just loving every minute of it. Like there was nothing in that book that wasn't just wonderful to me. Although I haven't read Mostly Harmless, and I have The Salmon of Doubt, and I haven't read that either. So I'm not like a proper Die-Hard fan, but... Alright, let's ransom some prisoners as well. Obviously only the ones who have some positive opinion of me. No upriser for culture revoking? Absolutely, yeah. So because this guy's Germanic, I'm allowed to take any titles that I want. I could actually... If I wanted, just straight up take this guy. Oh wait, hang on. He's Saxon. Looks like I've actually already given... Yeah, so this guy's Germanic. Mine now. See if there's any people I could just tyrannically seize their lands from. These guys all look a little Frankish to me, so... Probably not the smartest idea for me to have actually taken that one. Yeah, so it looks like the Saxons are properly part of my realm, but as far as the Germanics are concerned, I can take any of their titles, and it doesn't matter. All right, so now I get this unenviable task of actually redividing this stuff, but that's fine. I can work with that. If it ain't Paradox, it ain't no friend of mine. Still haven't finished Game of Thrones book 1. Yeah, I have a couple of the Game of Thrones books because they were like $1 at a used bookstore, but I don't really have the time to read fiction anymore, unfortunately. Are you sure it's the religion? I mean, I suppose that would make sense. No, wait, it can't, because this guy is Germanic religion, and if I try to revoke his title, I get the penalty. So it's definitely racial. Alright, so the way I'm going to handle this one, I don't know if this actually gives you a direct advantage or not, but... Oh, okay. Let me reconsider that. The question I have for myself is, do I want to give away these duchies first, or do I want to... Well, actually, you know... Yeah, I should give these away first, and then if I'm still over my limit, I'll give away Padua. I kind of prefer to hang on to this stuff because it's closer to my personal holdings here, but I don't really see a way of making it work. Alright, so again, I don't have any new family members. I know I don't need to bother looking through the family tree, so what I'll do here... the first thing I'm going to do is look for vassals who I can give this to. Main reasoning behind that... Actually, this will also be a little bit easier if I take a look at the duchies I want to give away, so... Let's start with Genoa. So in this case here, I want to make sure that this guy is... Actually, we'll go straight to the court for this. And we want somebody loyal, so they can bring in the tax money. Yep, he works for me. So one of the reasons why I won't just spawn the courtiers right away, at least, would be... Oh, hang on. Why am I not able to give him... Genoa? Okay, I really shouldn't do this, but I want to trigger the... There we go. No thanks, I'm fine. That's just an offer to manage the realm for me, so... I need crown and authority. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Hey Astral Seer, how's it going? By the way, guys, I'm sorry I'm not a little more directly responsive to chat. I'm just getting used to the new, Wait a minute, so what did I steal from him, then? Makes my life easier. It sucks, because I now have, like, negative 40 from these tyrannical acts, but... I also can't afford to just be hanging on to that title without a reason. But yeah, so I'm getting used to the new monitor setup. These are a little bit larger than my regular monitor. So I'm a little bit flaky. But I can definitely commit to reading everything that you send. I just may not be as responsive. Holidays have arrived. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not happy with how finals went, at least the finals that I've looked at. But there's not a whole lot of point in... There's just not a lot of point in dwelling on it too much. It's like the term is done. I got the grades that I did, and I think it's maybe just a little bit more. I mean, number one, it's more productive if I, one, I enjoy myself, but number two, if I focus a little bit more on what I'm going to do the second term. So. All right. So again, the reasoning behind here is that I'm going to be looking for courtiers who, first of all, can get. So in this case, I can only award like honorary titles to women. I think I lose him as a marshal if I can't remember how marshals and things like that work. So in this case, I'm specifically going to look for courtiers to begin with. I don't think... Oh, he's 24, so I gotta... Man, all my best people are, like, important, so... So yeah, I think I'll just start with going for fairly high-value courtiers and giving them duchies first. Looks like I'm stuck with kids. Again, don't mind giving the stuff off to kids. I just kind of want to make sure that I've dealt with all of my alternatives, who obviously aren't in jail. I think the next thing that I'll do is I'll find one of the commanders that I can sort of afford to lose, and I'll see whether or not I can still have them as a commander when I give them the title. I mean, the other thing that I could do is like release some of like the -16 courtiers, because I know that'll be enough to give them a high opinion of me, and then I can make them a duke of something. But I think that's actually all of, well, close to all of the titles I have to give away anyway. So I'm just going to take a quick minute and look at my commanders. I have a 5 commander? Ridiculous. We absolutely need a shake-up. How did I wind up with so many incompetent commanders? This is embarrassing. Okay, so my 3 top guys... Wait, where's Widowkind? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, screw it. How do marshals work? The better the marshal score, the better the commander, or marshal general? Yeah. No, so when I say like how they work, I mean, so if I have somebody who's a commander, and I give him a landed title, like I'm going to do here, I want to know whether or not they remain a commander for me. Oh wait, maybe I don't need to. Because I actually want to keep all of these. If I give him Flanders, I give away how many? Actually, now may be a good time to give away Flanders. Alright, not great, because I probably just reduced my... Yeah, my personal army sucks. But at least people don't hate me for having too many duchies. Oh, yes they do. Okay, well he hates me slightly less. So I'm definitely going to need to rely on the Byzantines for the next fight. What about creating titles? 100 gold is not worth it, because then I can't buy mercenaries. So I guess we just wait for the next rebellion to trigger, and I really need to keep on top of how distributing titles is gonna affect my troop counts. So why is the person finder better for finding a character to land? Oh, hello. I thought we were done all of the... I thought we were done all the revocations. This is actually going to be a little bit of a problem. Can my marshal be a commander and leading... I can... So, yes, I can make my marshal lead troops, but they will not be doing the activity that I've assigned them otherwise. Oh, that's a nice side effect. I keep forgetting if I have a rebellion, then all the loyal troops are left to vote for the policies that I want. So I think now we just wait. Well, I couldn't change the succession laws anyway because I'm at war. When you made a commander marshal yesterday, it disappeared from your commander... Yeah, so he won't appear on the commander list just because he holds the position of marshal. But as long as he isn't doing a task, you can still put him in your armies. I didn't understand fear before, but once you felt your legs shake and your teeth chatter with fear, then it is hard to remain brave. Well, can't have everything, I suppose. This is actually going to be really interesting for the next little while in the playthrough, just because I've put myself in a really, really weak position. I don't quite understand why... I mean, it has to be because of the screwed up vassal limit that I have. But I've definitely put myself in a really weak position as far as fighting is concerned. I'm no longer the best soldier in my realm. Oh, hang on. Well, I mean, I can't give that away while it's sieged anyway. I can't stop thinking of all those prisoners in my dungeon. They are at my complete mercy. What a thrill it would be to hurt them, to hear their sweet screams and see the panic in their eyes. Yeah, Astral Seer. I mean, in the end, I still behave the same way that I do. I always put my best soldier as a marshal, but I just kind of acknowledge that my best soldier is actually not going to fight any battles anymore. So the big one for me is I don't want to cross a river. I definitely can't afford to lose any more troops than I have. I'm going to focus on the 467 first. Okay, obligate the vassal. I'm going to start by taking the 467 stack because it's the more dangerous one, and then I mop up 167. And that should be enough to actually put an end to the rebellion. Okay, good. Faction's starting to break up. So we'll see who takes the new lead. My king is kind of saying, I resisted the foul impulses. Ah yes, we still have our conversion efforts to undergo as well. In this case here, I'm prioritizing conversion because I've got such a weak army, and I really can't afford any more unrest. Hey, I become Roth. I think the best way to go here is just siege the provinces. I don't think I quite have enough to... Oh wait, no, garrisons are only 200. So I can split them up. But yeah, so I'm just going to try and keep the unrest to the absolute minimum. And that means assigning my priests to strange places. Again, not too worried about losing these territories. The army isn't that big, so... Oop. Oh, I had a righteous imprisonment option. I don't know what happened to it. I guess I can get rid of some of these as well. Yeah, I won't worry about it. He had those impulses. Doesn't everybody, though, Pie of Reckoning? Charles, I name you a pretender. Duke Pepin of Colne is the true ruler of West Francia, and as recognized by myself and other nobles. Relinquish the title, or there will be war. What do they have? You're kidding me. Please. I don't even know if I want to bring the Byzantines in on this one. I probably should. You know what? Let's bring in one of my... Let's bring in the Bavarians. I want to avoid bringing in the Byzantines just because they'll... I kind of need them for, like, the big wars, so... And... I'm asking an 11-year-old kid. Good point. I too sometimes think of how amazing it would be to torment people until they scream. I knew you'd see it my way, Pie of Reckoning. I just torment people by playing an underplayed game in on Twitch, and then spend the whole time... Well, screw you, 11-year-old kid. I didn't want your host anyway. So yeah, I just play underplayed games on Twitch TV, and then I don't actually... I don't follow through with any of it. I just kind of spend the time talking about econ. That's how I make people scream. You just want to castrate people. So I'm sure you guys already know there was a bug in the game which basically in the Byzantine Empire, every single character was calculating whether or not they could get away with castrating somebody else. And so you might actually remember this on the House Rose playthrough, like the turns were taking so long to get through. And it was basically because there was a very large Byzantine Empire full of people trying to calculate whether or not they could get away with castration.
I would never want to belong to any
Pottymouth Gamer, thank you very much for that follow. I don't think I've seen you in chat. I'd probably remember a name like that, but I definitely appreciate the follow. Thank you for the support, and I hope you're enjoying the show. Alright. So now I gotta get rid of these, titles I can't actually hold. Hopefully the fact that I'm losing some of these lame titles will let me build up my strength. Nope, Jesse Quill sent you. Well, Jesse Quill is a great friend of this stream. I think it's worth mentioning that I don't believe at any point tonight we have crossed the double-digit mark. Yet whenever Jesse Quill hosts us, we normally, well, we leap up into the upper ends of quality streams. So in addition to being an absolutely fantastic human being and remarkably comely woman, she is somebody who definitely helps me get the audience that I probably don't deserve. So very happy to have you here. Saw an old post of hers that somebody retweeted just now. Thought you'd check it out, like finding new streamers. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm kind of curious what post, but haven't been able to watch Jessie for a while. That is a shame, Pie of Reckoning, but I haven't either, and I mod for her, so I don't have an excuse. Start converting the Germanics? Oh, already underway, my friend. There's that. You know what? Oh yeah, we're a high-def stream now, too. Look at that. There's that priest doing his proselytizing for the one true faith. Everybody deserves an audience on Twitch. Oh, Pottymouth Gamer, you just gotta hang out here for a little while, and you'll see you'll see that anybody who shows up here probably just has a weird sense of masochism. I'm all very happy that you have a weird sense of masochism, by the way. It's a very lonely job otherwise. Can you link it? Yeah, by all means, go nuts. You mean the characters? Oh, well. In due course. In due course. I forgot who owns this. Saxony. Alright, I'm gonna read this tweet too, so... That was yesterday's stream! Yeah, that's the first time I've ever done Skyrim on stream, and she absolutely made the experience worth it by recording the memories. Oh god. Okay, only one more. Oh, it's to the same guy. Oh, no it isn't. It's... Sorbia. Wait, I don't own this guy. Well, I guess I'm hanging on to that useless title. And man, I really regret giving away Flanders now. So I should own all of Valois. Nope. But I will be taking it soon. So I can get one... I can get 3 more. I wish these guys would hurry up. Cool. Well, that's what I needed. I definitely needed that event to trigger, so... Oh my god, I just gave them... Okay, I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna do a scumbag move. I definitely did not intend to give them independence. Oh my god, what happened to my session? Game crashed. I sure hope it didn't save at that key moment. Hey, Oswald the Lucky. Yes, I have been busy with school and life and all of that nonsense. But school is done until January, so I am back to streaming, and you'll probably have noticed a couple of changes. You accidentally found out what you're getting from your family this week. Is it a life-sized Jesse Quill fan doll? Because I really want one of those too. If you guys want to know how to make me happy for Christmas. We sell it, you can't cover up your scumming. Well, see, the bad news for me is I have to fight this whole friggin' rebellion again, so... it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. So if you think about it, right, I had to conduct a war for territories I'm ultimately going to give away again. I've given away Flanders. Like, this is I've taken a really good save, and I've turned it into, like, just garbage. Just pure garbage. But... Walking Dead comic compendiums 1 through 3, like 3 books of 150. Oh, that's really cool. I think the only comic compendium I have is... Oh. He's considering another offer from us. And he only has 494 troops, so... Let's go for it. Failure. My wife Tofreda just asked me if I'm having an affair with Himiltrude. Her stony expression does not reveal whether she knows or is only guessing. Lie to her face. Alright, so I've got 2 rebellions now. But fortunately, we only need to worry about independence. Oh, and they're already in Dijon, so... yeah, so Scud the Disposable Assassin, and then I own the Collection of Preacher, but, like, they're not in any massive, Hang on. Yeah, I just noticed that. Sorry, guys. Better. But yeah, so the, I've got Scud the Disposable Assassin, I've got all the Preacher comics, but they're not in, like, a big compendium or something like that. Sorry, guys. So much for Iron... Listen, if you guys don't want to include this as an Iron Man playthrough, that's fine. I consider it acceptable, to reset if it is a genuine mistake. I was fully going to fight that rebellion. I didn't think... I was gonna say, of all of the crap that I have done, I did not think... did not think that is good. That would be the controversial move. But I am the leader of the Holy Roman Empire, so I get to do whatever I want. Including giving away these stupid titles. Yeah, I have to keep this one. At least until we invade. Well, that war was worth it. Alright. I will not be blackmailed. This guy's screwed. Actually, yeah, no, he's screwed, so. So in this case, we will call in the allies. I've got a pretty thin pool for commanders, if I'm completely honest. Alright, well, all this crazy business is going on. Still don't have the plot power that I need. But given the fact that gold wins wars, let's see if we can ransom any more prisoners. No. At least none that I want to get rid of, so. I feel like your knowledge of the future is witchcraft. Okay, well, Bavaria's in. Griefo's just a wanker. And what does the good old Basileus have to say? Oh, come on! 18,000 troop. Ugh. I actually really needed those guys. Okay, well that's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to put down this rebellion first. And then we're going to focus on the independence faction. And again, hopefully they'll weaken themselves a bit by sieging territories. I mean, obviously I'm going to have to siege some territories to mop these guys up. But it gives me a little bit of time for the rest of my forces to regroup. And I mean, it's possible that by then the Scottish, so they've got 700 troops there, 400 troops here. They've got 1,500 to their name in total. So if it really comes down to it, I can just hire mercenaries. I'm just gonna get my spy master working on the next inevitable rebellion. Fill my coffers, they're running low. Yeah, well, I mean, this will be enough to carry through with the, it'll be enough to carry through with the mercenaries. I don't want to unleash, people from prison who have a negative opinion on me. This is going to be my next ruler, so I actually want good stats. But Charles is kind of the best, so... So I'm not going to ransom anybody who doesn't have a higher opinion of me. I guess a very remote chance that they're actually going to wind up doing something that affects me, but I'd rather that be a 0 probability. Oh, thank God. Okay, so we've got the Greeks on our side. Have to depart for today. Sorry for only stopping by shortly. It was good hearing from you again, and I hope finals will turn out good. Well, I mean, again, the finals that I've gotten, I'm not crazy about, but definitely it could be worse. And more importantly, I was really happy to stream for you. It doesn't matter how long you were in the channel. It matters that you were here, and I really appreciate that. So it's great to see you again, AstroSir, and I will be streaming much more regularly. So I'll be very happy to do more in the future. New to this campaign, why do you have so few troops in the HRE? Is something to do with the vassal limit? I suspect so. I should have more vassals for my personal holdings, but my suspicion here is because I'm so far over the limit, it's just not granting me my vassals. That could be the only explanation that I understand. But yeah, I'm trying to deal with this problem myself, if I'm completely honest. So this is a ridiculous thing for me to do. Actually, so ridiculous I'm not going to do it. He's got 700 troops, and I really need to put the pin in the current wars. But I'm going to kick his ass soon enough. I also love that I've got 2 allies who are doing literally nothing. Oh, hello. So there's 900 troops to the south as well. More dangerous factions. Just move my Spy Master too, so I can move him in March. I'm losing so much territory. Okay. Well, at least the Byzantines are sort of picking up their side of it, but I'm getting a little bit worried with all this territory I'm losing. Oh man, they're coming straight for me too. Oh, nope, never mind. So yeah, so the trick here, I don't want this to go out of control. Looks like Salerno and Nocera. Oh man, okay, I see what's happening actually. They're taking the territory that they need. Fortunately, the Byzantines have shown up, so I can go basically crashing straight into them. Holy crap! What do I do? Hey, Carney! How are things doing in CK2? Couldn't be better. Okay, let's get rid of some of these heresies. This is nothing, Pyre Reckoning. I'm gonna kick all their asses. Jock, I think... No, I'm not an expert, but I think you have issues. This is nothing. Nothing, I tell you. So, like, okay, in all seriousness, so we've got this guy on the ropes already. They have access to 220 troops. This guy has access to 2k troops. I've got a 6k stack. And this guy has access to 1,000 troops. And again, I've got the 6 stack. Now, the one problem I'll run into is if I finish this rebellion before I finish this one. And I may have to do that. But, like, the fact that I've got the Byzantines on my side kind of... It basically gives me an automatic win. And the other important thing to remember is that once these rebellions are over, I'm going to be able to seize their territory, which is going to give me those personal holdings. Well, see, this is the thing, right? They can have more rebellions, but they're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to rise up as one. So it's actually a little bit advantageous if they individually rise up like that. I really need to figure out how to deal with these guys, though. Alright, so this one's done. Are you kidding me? He's a rebel. I think I'm gonna go by opinion just because I'm less likely to have revoked a title from. That's weird. So he was up. He was in rebellion against me, but I'm not able to take his title. Who's that rebel in Ostfriesland? It's allied with these guys. Actually, this is really good, because this is going to go through their main force. Our enemy has died, the war has ended. See? Totally kicked their asses. Oh, this is a problem, though. Allies? Oh, they're not going to help me. Man, what do I do with that? Okay, so I won't have any allies. They outnumber me. I think we just sit by. I really don't want to waste 150 gold to sort this out, so I think I'm just going to let them siege the territory, reduce their numbers, and then I'll just jump in when it's to my advantage. In fact, I'll actually disband this. Specifically, so like you can already see that they're lower in number. But basically I'm going to be reinforcing. I've already got 1289 to my name. So I'll just let them kind of run out the clock a little bit. Oh cool, ongoing civil war has caused loyal veterans and various adventurers to make their way to Paris for the muster. So, free 140. Prince Charles is impulsive and seems unable to tell right from wrong. What should I do with my wayward son? Strap. Of course. Not be blackmailed. Time to levy up. I guess the one drawback with the death from that rebellion is that so they'll likely accept. Do I need them? I've got 2,000 troops. Yes, I do need them because that will allow me to claim that territory I wanted. Yeah, so the one thing I was a little disappointed with was I don't believe... So let's... I think this guy was... on side. Yeah, so I'm not actually going to be able to claim those territories. Where is he? Bourbon. So that's the last of the factions for a bit. I can claim AIM, whether or not I want to. Well, you know what? They're close, so let's in for a penny, in for a pound. And somehow the war just ended? I'm not gonna complain, but there's some weird stuff happening in this game. Wait, why do I want to become Marshal? Did I just, like, lose some territory or something like that? Guys, do you have any idea what's going on? I'm always very suspicious when wars suddenly just end and I'm given the option to take a lower title. Well, I'll take it, but I don't trust it. It is a trap, I have reckoning. Oh god, and I'm gonna have to Benny Hill this whole thing too. I'm gonna chase them all over the Holy Roman Empire just so I can kill 180 people. I mean, it may not even be worth it. Alright. What was the rebellion about? If it was a claim, the claimant they were pushing for probably died, so... God, I don't even remember what those rebellions were. But yeah, that's a good point. It was an independence revolt, if memory serves. Which I guess probably means they'll be back. But... Two ships passing in the night. I guess we can get him working on the other guy. So yeah, I guess the only thing I'm a little mad about is that for all of these rebellions... Uh-oh. Oh, he's only 2,000. For all of the, you know, all the time we were wasting, with these rebellions, I didn't actually get to steal any titles. Crown Rodrigo of Rossello has given me a bizarre and repulsive evidence concerning Emperor Charles of the Holy Roman Empire. I have bizarre and repulsive sexual preferences. Let's see what I've got. I am a brilliant strategist, a pilgrim, scarred, diligent, zealous, gregarious, honest, arbitrary, and wroth. Oh, so this is like this 50 Shades of Grey stuff. I don't know. Dofreda seems like a tough woman. A tough woman with the lover's pox. And lustful. I'll give myself a stern talking to. I'll threaten you with exposure unless you stay out of all factions. Emperor Charles of the Holy Roman Empire claims to have unearthed shocking evidence of my criminal deviancy and low morals. He promises to keep this to himself if I promise to stay out of all factions. Never! Emperor Charles just laughed at the evidence, flat out refusing to stop meddling in political factionalism. I will live to regret this. I gave myself a stern talking to about my deviancy. Alright, so it looks like there's a ton of angry Norsemen who are joining this fight. System Jock, I'm concerned about the amount of fetish porn that you watch. How much fetish porn I watch is none of your business, System Jock. Well, I guess you have a point. Good talk. Alright, he's a master schemer, cynical, deceitful, paranoid, diligent, gregarious. I have a feeling obligation is not the way to go here. So not only is the Emperor a sadist, he's also schizophrenic. Hey, you know, it takes all kinds. Honored Emperor, though I curse your name, I will comply with your unfair demand. Just keep the sensitive information to yourself. Excellent. And with that, the factions are gone. Just in time to deal with the... Jesus! Holy Christ! 6,000 angry Norsemen. The Byzantines are on my side, right? Yes, they are. And currently fighting their own wars. This might be a problem. I'm actually not quite sure what we do in this situation. I think we just have to accept that we lose this territory. Caught my son Charles lying to me again, straight to my face without batting an eye. I almost had an innocent servant sent to the stocks. So even I'm impressed to gain intrigue. With the birch he will speak the truth. He either gains wrath or deceitful. Talk to him about honesty. These are all kind of bad options, but... I think... So, I'm thinking out of the two bad things that can happen, honesty is probably a little bit better because it gives me higher diplomacy, which will help me with my vassal cap. Yeah, I mean, unless the Byzantine Empire gets their act together, I don't think there's any solution to this. They actually don't have enough to claim it back. But I mean, on the other hand, I just, you know, kind of accept this is going to be what happens, and then I regroup for what are they fighting for again? They want all of Holstein? I didn't even think that was possible. yeah, I mean, I just kind of accept that that happens. Get myself back on my feet. I mean, obviously the Holy Roman Empire is terrifying when it's at full strength. So whenever I deal with whatever's been keeping me back, we just claim the territory again. I mean, it sucks that that has to happen, but... Franks in the province of Orleans have now adopted enough Latin customs that they can no longer be recognized as Germanic. The scholars call them French. Actually, no valid plots. Oh, it's because we're still revoking the county. I think the Norsemen made a great move. Country wrapped in many civil wars. Why not take your own piece of the pie? Yeah, I mean that's normally how it works. I'm utterly mystified though why my vassals are so low. They're probably not gonna let me. I gotta siege it the whole way. I mean, they're not making that much for all the troops that they have. They're not actually making that much progress on the sieges. But I'm also not entirely sure how I confront them, so there's that. Wait a minute. I gotta get rid of the heresy first. Alright. So I think in this case I'm just going to disband the unit. There we go. Norsemen! I see you have some troops. Not enough, my friends. In fact, I'm sorry, folks. I think we need something a little bit more appropriate for the occasion. Bear with me a moment. You guys can go home. I was kind of expecting a fight to happen before that would be done. I need a minute. There has to be something inappropriately... an inappropriate yet stream-worthy... You know what? Why the hell not? I'm competing with Star Wars tonight. So, Chalk, how much longer till you're claiming India? Let's worry about ridding ourselves of the Norse scourge first. This is, by the way, the Holy Roman Imperial March. We're not quite right. I was gonna say, I've got plenty of action music that I can use. I need something for 10,000 men marching, though. It's nothing against Duel of the Fates. That is a very fine piece of music, but... Who is this again? Sjælland? What now, Sweden? What now? You need to play the victory celebration of the Ewoks when you win? That's probably something for Ewok Fuzzy Nuts, but I will consider it. That's not a promise. But assign it a probability greater than 0. Whoa! I don't think they're gonna make it in time, but you know what? Eyes on the prize, my friends. You gotta break a few omelets to make eggs. And you know what? We'll make this really dramatic. There's 2 wars going on. And we'll slow it down so we can appreciate every moment of the conquest. What's this guy's name? I don't even know how to pronounce his name. What now, Jarl? Pie of Reckoning? Remember, I'm the Holy Roman Emperor. What I say goes. I want you to make me some eggs out of omelets. Holy crap, we're actually going to win this one too. Thrander? Thank you, Carney. Okay, you know what? Duel of the Fates is actually queuing up next, so I feel kind of obligated to play it now, so it's your lucky day, chat. Okay, so we didn't actually win. My demand's too big. Vishnu, you can never do Holy Roman Empire. It's too much to keep track of. Yeah, I mean, I've got 61 vassals to take care of. It's not... I mean, it's not a bad experience to learn how it's going. I mean, right now I'm I'm enjoying the spoils of an extremely lucky run. How many do I have? Oh, I'll just cut this in half then. And how many can this support? 2 point. Yeah, that'll be enough. So I mean, you do get some big advantages if you don't mind the learning curve. But you're absolutely right. Like the management part is like pulling teeth. Many rebellions, and this is a lucky run? Any geniuses? Good question. Does anybody know if the character finder, if you can actually search by genius? I certainly haven't played any. Oh, hang on. We got somebody who's at least beautiful. I thought we did anyway. Got homosexuals, gluttons, master seducers, a lot of lustful. I'm gonna say no, and I will review this when we don't have sufficiently dramatic music to motivate us in Conquest. By the bar up top. Oh, so I just do... Oh, cool. I had no idea. So it looks like we've got a few. Anyone in my... No Carling geniuses. Well, that sucks. I always thought that was just searching for names. Thanks, guys. Sometimes it's easier to lie than hurt people with the truth. Well, I probably could use the diplomacy right now, or more, to be honest, but... I always try to make genius errors whenever you start a new campaign. Ah, so you're one of these German geneticists who plays the game and wants to create the master race! Am I playing with any of the DLC? Yep, so we started this run before Horse Lords came out. So in this case, I'm not running that one. Actually, one of our viewers, CPO Williams, donated... well, it didn't donate the DLC, but donated money to buy the DLC. So the next one that we do, we'll be doing Horse Lords. And I actually think I owe him a Mongol playthrough for that. But basically all the DLC except for Sunrise, Rebellion, whatever the Aztec one was, and Horse Lords. And then in terms of any kinds of mods, we're just running a one to make the map a little bit transparent so you can still see the features of the ground beneath, and one to just adjust the water. Eugenics in games is oddly fun. Yeah, I'm not judging. Bro, genius, strong, inbred, OP. All right. Well, we're still not quite done punching the... still not quite done punching the Norsemen. So what do we do? I mean, I always have like my favorite combat music, but none of it quite fits for... None of it quite fits for Crusader Kings 2. The Avar Khanate has... Nope. You can always play the CK2 Yuletide song. Yeah, I don't know why it's not playing yet. The Avar Khanate was established in Europe in 567 after the Avars had migrated into the Carpathian Basin from the east. They crushed the Gepids and allied with the Lombards to form a strong realm in the area. For long periods, they alternated between conflict and truce with the Eastern Roman Empire and had close dealings with the Lombard kings. Now, however, this once proud realm has fallen. The area no longer ruled by the Avar dynasty shall once again be known by its ancient name of Panoia. Sic transit gloria mundi.
My thoughts drift back to erect nipple wet dreams about Mary Jane Rottencrotch and the great homecoming fuck fantasy. I am so happy that I am alive.
I'm a little annoyed that they kept the dialogue in.
I'm in a world of shit. Yes, but I am alive. And I am not afraid.
This is the end of Full Metal Jacket. All right, I guess it's time to do the Yuletide song. My son Prince Charles is turning into an arrogant little braggart. I might have to rein him in a bit. Crowd's good, though. No, he has reason to be proud. And while we're at it, let's imprison him. Nope, not my son. That'd be kind of hilarious if I did, though. Oh, of course, just as I disband stuff. Screw it. I don't think I need any of that. Yeah, it's champagne. Glad I'd be an awesome father as long as he stayed on my side. I wonder if I can enforce demands yet. Nope. Well, I don't mind sacrificing in lives in order to achieve my ambitions. By the way, I know I'm in low commentary mode at the moment. It's just I'm trying to keep the music fun. finish the song. So I hope you're happy, chat. I hope that was worth it. Man, everybody wants. Sure. Oh, you know what? I could probably, okay, no, I'm gonna finish this war, then we will find something nice to revoke. And eventually I will get rid of my oversized men. It's almost like the Middle Ages were a warlike time. Is this the lesson that I'm supposed to draw from this game? You know, I don't even check the dashboard that often. It's been really slow tonight, I think. That's fine though. I know I haven't been streaming in a while and I started late, so. I have a new heir. If my character dies, now I will play as Duke Pepin. Man, I put so much effort into that other guy too. So it's Carloman's son still winds up inheriting the kingdom. That's funny. And he's depressed too. Oh my god. At age 11, Charles Carling was killed by a rabble. So it's like, it's not even a noble death. It's just he's beaten to death at age 11 by a mob. Horrible. Alright, Vishna's shared story. So I remember one time you had an heir that you really wanted to take your place, but they were only heir because you had no children. Your wife was like 50 or something and somehow got pregnant. You panicked and divorced her, married her away to Poland or someplace, and then assassinated her later. The kid somehow was still alive and ended up back in your court. I've made a terrible mistake! That's really funny. Count Rodrigo of Rosello claims that Duke Heinrich of Thurginia is attempting to promote vile heresies. How should I use that information? We don't want factions. Duke Heinrich just laughed at the evidence, flat out refusing to stop meddling in political factionalism. And he's paranoid. Oh my god! Vishna, thank you very much for following. I'm glad that despite my utter incompetence, this is worthy of hitting that follow button. We do this, if you're here just for Crusader Kings 2, I know a lot of people are, we will be doing this every Friday. I should mention I'm in grad school, and so I have not been as consistent with the schedule as I would like to be. But given that it's the holidays, for the next few weeks I will be streaming much more consistently than I normally do. Obviously, I invite you to stop by, and the rest of you for that matter, invite you guys to stop by for some of the other streams. But if you are only looking for grand strategy content, I can assure you for the foreseeable future, I will be here on Friday nights, and of course I'll be tweeting things out if I'm not able to make those appointments. Like tonight I was late. What just happened? Oh, in terms of like all the wars, just a bunch of allies kind of called in the obligation, and I don't really want to lose prestige. I've got 8,000 of it, so. Alright. Let's give my realm a makeover. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure I've revoked everything that I can. Well, obviously I can revoke more, but I probably don't want any more ill will towards me than I already have. Works for me. Oh, it's actually just a duchy I took away, so it's probably going to be... Definitely not getting rid of special event troops if I can hang on to them. Alright, what was that noise? Oh! Somebody very important. 1 second. It was a lady. Alright, so... Wouldn't be a System Shock playthrough if we didn't have factions. So let's go deal with them. Sorry, guys. That noise you hear is Discord, so... Alright. Actually, so one thing I can do to get rid of these factions is... give up some of these territories. So let's... let's start by handing... Oh wait, I have this whole thing, huh? Is this Mackelberg? Let's, oh, you know what? I don't really have any new family, do I? So I guess I can... Actually, okay, so 2 things. 1, ransom anybody who has a positive opinion of me. Next, I'm going to find a courtier who has a good opinion that I can give those flyover states to. I never did find out whether or not giving it to a general would actually kick them out, but kind of a moot point here, so we will give him... Jesse Quill, thank you very much for the host. And if you're in chat, I can explain. What other stuff do I play? Definitely a variety cast. We'll be getting back to Shadowrun Hong Kong relatively soon. For the longest time, I streamed on a laptop, so I was a little bit limited in the kind of games that I could play. Oh god, I didn't give him the title, did I? So I was a little bit limited in terms of the games that I could play to sort of strategy stuff and... you know, things that were maybe a little bit turn-based and focused a bit more on things like my voice and my ability to read the dialogue and things like that. Now, last night we played Skyrim because I kind of showed off the new computer and all of that. Next week... Actually, so now seems like a good time to mention this because I was probably going to be finished. Not a problem, Jesse Quill. I can tell you... I can just give you a reply in voice when I'm done explaining myself to Bishna. But yeah, actually, so tomorrow I plan on starting sort of a special event, which will be Crime Week. So I'm going to try and take as many good crime games as I have. And, wait a minute, I just lost all my... I lost all my troops again. What's going on in this game? It has to be the vassal limit. There's no other way. There's nothing else that can be causing me to lose my levies like that. But yeah, so I'm going to be playing a few different crime games over the course of the week. I won't say which ones, so there's a little bit of an element of surprise, but it will definitely be over different genres. So some of them will be a little bit more strategic, some of them will be first-person shooters. And actually, Litu donated a copy of Grand Theft Auto 5 last night, so I can say there's at least one that we're going to play. But I don't know, I think it'll be some fun for you guys. So in that case, I think it's probably a good... Bishan, I think it's probably a good reflection in terms of the style of the cast, which is I'm a little bit more interested in playing games that I think are either underappreciated on stream or maybe not sticking to a particular genre so much as sort of something I think would be interesting and fun to watch. But I'll definitely tell you the kinds of games I like playing and the kinds of games that I keep coming back to tend to be a little bit more strategy oriented, or ones that I can sort of talk about my reasoning through, with maybe a bit of a bias towards independence. So now, guys, Jesse Quill hosted the stream, so let me start off by using my whoops fancy bot, which I'm actually bothering to turn on. Jesse Quill is an absolutely fantastic streamer. So first of all, she is a member of Team Panda with me. Of course, because her talents are varied and overwhelming, she's also a member of many more stream teams, both qualifies and is worthy of being on multiple teams. But I know her through Team Panda. She's also somebody I got to know very early on in my, I can't quite call it a streaming career, but my little streaming hobby. And she's somebody who gave me a lot of encouragement, a lot of very good advice, carried me through. And of course, as many of you know her because you have found this stream through her stream. And she's, what an amazing shout out. I'll go in System Shock stream and follow right now. I mean, so a lot of you people know Jesse Quill through her stream. You know that in addition to being somebody who has a great gift for entertaining and a wonderful personality, and is a remarkably comely woman, she is just the kind of person who I think all of the pros would sit down and watch when they're off stream. She covers a lot of stuff. I sometimes say that she's the heart to my head. She will talk about things that actually matter, whereas I usually just babble on about nonsense while playing these overly complicated games. And I'd sent her a message. I wasn't quite as articulate as I wanted to be about it. But I was just going to say, I was talking a little bit about relative rankings on the Twitch totem pole. One of the most wonderful things about a Jesse Quill raid is that I'm used to having very, very small numbers, and of course it's important not to define oneself through numbers, but I think it's really good feedback in terms of how you're doing, how people are responding to what you're doing. And I can say easily, even though I don't show the number of people who came through on the host, I get to see those numbers. And I can definitely say whenever a Jesse Quill raid shows up, I get to see exactly how talented she is through those numbers, and how much more work I need to do to get to her level. So I mean that as a compliment. That is definitely not depression on my part, because more importantly, I get to spend more time with you guys when you're here, and I absolutely appreciate the fact that you're in there, especially when the numbers maybe aren't the ones that would sustain sort of the Jesse Quill kinds of numbers. But yeah, somebody who I look up to, somebody who I strongly recommend if you are a fan of good streams. Maybe not strategy streams, because it's definitely a giant. I mean, she's played Civilization 5, actually. That's where I got to learn that in addition to being very good at her own format, she's actually good at other formats in terms of being able to do things like camless streams. But in any case, if you like being entertained on Twitch, you should be clicking that name, Jesse Quill, and hitting the follow button. Except the one drawback is I have no idea how I could ever repay her for the number of people who followed the stream because of her recommendations. I hope I earned that host with that ass kissery. Just pose as a cute girl, that works for you? Yeah, Bishna, I mean, so... Oh my god. I completely forgot that I have an uprising. Well, you know what? Because we've been we've just been butchering this game's music with alternatives. I believe there is actually a song about the situation we find ourselves in. But yeah, I was going to say, like, obviously my tastes are my own, but if nothing else, Jesse Quill is somebody who has kind of put me on the path. Like, so I would probably be here streaming if I could, as long as I have a computer, I would be doing that. But in terms of whatever polish I have, she's one of the people who told me at the very start, it's like, just keep talking. And I know I get some feedback about my commentary, usually positive. And so in that sense, she's somebody who I definitely think is worthwhile. In the end, I mean, obviously everybody has their own tastes, so I can't always guarantee people will enjoy it, but I think in my opinion, she's one of the people who, like, if I were to take somebody who didn't know what Twitch was, she's one of the streams that I would set them down in front of, because it's one of these things where you get to watch it for a person, not the game. Although she also plays really great games too. This is Jacques Ask history, but you're the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. This is madness. Yeah. All right. So. Yeah, Jessica, actually, Akadak was mentioning that, is like, now that I'm not completely doing this game an injustice by streaming it at such a low resolution, it's, you definitely, like, you get to see what I've been looking at the whole time. By the way, for those of you who know who the Russian is, she called me up with a pair of Muse tickets. I actually got to hear this live last week. They're only at 5%, so that's not bad. Yeah, Kakadak. I mean, she could sit down and read out of the phone book, and I would obviously want to hang out, but getting a chance to see Muse for free? Yeah, I'll take it. Imagine this bearded guy coming at you from over the hill. I'll explain everything once the song's done. As you can see, very period-appropriate music here on the stream. Yeah, Kakadak. I mean, it actually turns out we actually almost didn't make it. We got there about halfway through the concert, but definitely worth it. I mean, they end with Knights of Sidonia, so that's frankly the only song I needed to hear to be happy with the evening. Hey, Elpulk! Great to see you again. Alright, I guess I gotta start. Before we need to deal with another uprising and I play that song again. Let's tell the Duke of Toulouse to knock it off. Alright, so we've got our money generating in Paris. I would prefer to have my chaplain working on cultural advances, but it's a little more important that I get the religious unity that is befitting the Holy Roman Empire, so we're going to hold off on that. My highest priority right now should be dealing with the vassal limit, although while I'm at it, I need to remember to give everything back over to Mackelburg, which means that I'm going to see my domain size fall by quite a bit. I wish I could just create a new vassal straight up out of this, but sadly, I cannot. There we go. Okay, you need to have some babies, because I really don't want this rock again. Nampc, you're just here because of Jesse Quill hosting, and you dig the last song too. Oh, I'm very glad you dug the last song. I should maybe play the, because we've got some new faces in here, maybe I should play the special Christmas song that they've made for this game again. We'll give it a minute. But it's great to see you here. I actually just spent a bunch of time doing my best to express how much I think of Jesse Quill's stream. And as you can see, she's hanging out here too. So if you imagine a far better looking person than I sitting down playing this wonderful grand strategy game, it will almost be like you're watching Jesse Quill stream. For me, I am also a variety caster. I will say maybe a little bit more structured in the sense that I will always be playing Crusader Kings 2 on Fridays. If you haven't played the game before, I'm very happy to explain sort of what it is and why I think it's maybe worth your time. But as far as the rest of it is concerned, I more or less play games as I sort of see either interest or maybe the ability to stream. So I definitely like independents that maybe haven't quite gotten the attention that I think they deserve. And again, much like Jesse, I try to be a little bit more unified in terms of the commentary that I provide to the games, rather than kind of clinging on to a particular game or a genre. So, last song is one of your favorite Muse ones. That's really good to know, actually. I think probably Knights of Sidonia is my favorite, but I do like Uprising. There's another one on that album that I really like. Undisclosed Desires is a good one, and what was it? It's got like a really great ending, and I can't remember the name anymore. Without knowing that emote was supposed to be a smile, I was about to say Jesse Quill now sponsored by TBH. You want to play CK2 because of me? Oh God, that's so kind. I was gonna say, if you do wind up playing Crusader Kings 2, it will be the only time I can actually appropriately call you Milady. I am okay being a vassal under Milady Jesse Quill. CK2 is so good, you don't even like games like Hearts of Iron or Europa Universalis, but for some reason you gave this game a shot and it grabbed you so hard. So that's funny that you mentioned that, Bishna. It took me a really, really long time before I could get into Europa Universalis 4. Now that I do, now that I'm into it, I actually really like it. I would argue in some ways it's a little bit of a better game than CK2. Does not necessarily mean it's a more fun game, if we can... You're going to play it right now. Do you actually have it? Yes, Freighter 5. I consider 720 to be high def. Oh, alongside me. Okay, good. I was just gonna say, it's like, there's a Steam sale coming up in like 3 days. Don't buy it. Yeah. So actually, okay, you all get to see what this game looks like. Look at this scheming fellow right here. This is definitely me. Or maybe this guy, because you know I'm a Puritan at heart. Wait a minute. This is Catholic. I don't have no popery in my blood. No, I'm definitely this guy. And look at them scary Vikings pillaging my land. But then you have these mighty fellows in blue and yellow coming to kick ass. You've never tried multiplayer in CK2, but it seems like a mess. I mean, I really enjoyed it. I got to play it with my friend A. Newcomb, who I knew from high school. And CPO Williams, a good friend of this cast, and somebody who actually paid for the Horse Lords DLC, although we're not running that right now. And it was actually pretty fun. I think it's really good if you can all be in the same area and have roughly equal power, because of course then you get to decide whether or not you have alliances. Obviously you can all be within the same realm, because the fun of this game is not necessarily through, conquering the world, but rather setting your own goals, so you can have a lot more fun as a count underneath one of maybe your stronger friends who's maybe a bit more savvy in terms of managing a large realm, the way that I'm not. But yeah, it's a fun game because you kind of get to set your own conditions for victory, and you know, as long as you have some friends who are kind of on side with that, I think it's a good time. We should open this. I think one day I'm gonna have to do like a special stream where I open it up to chat, and we can all just bumble our way around CK2. It's good because Steam sale launches on the same day as Secret Santa. Ooh, that's really good to know, actually. Wouldn't it be fun just to turtle in Greenland? Well, I mean, I think people call Ireland kind of like Noob Island, because you can sort of turtle there, but it still leaves you the possibility of conquest. It just started 2 days ago? Oh, Secret Santa. Alright, I guess I should actually do some of this gameplay stuff. So, for those, I'm going to maybe assume that some of the people who came from Jesse's stream, Nampke and apologies for the other ones who are there and maybe I haven't acknowledged. So I'm going to try and explain a little bit about what's going on in this game and sort of some ways that you can approach a complicated game like this. Like the biggest thing, I guess there's an old saying, it's almost like one of these things like your dad might say, you know, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? Definitely the case in a game like Crusader Kings 2. I think the best way for me to sum up the feeling behind this game is heavy is the head that wears the crown. Just because you're king, or emperor in my case, doesn't mean that you just automatically get everything that you want. And so in this particular case here, I always start with the individual realm. So this has some role-playing elements. You know, here are my stats. I'm very strong militarily. I have no learning whatsoever. My diplomacy and intrigue are relatively weak. I mean, by the standards of like an average person in this time, they're strong. But based on rulers, you know, this is nothing special. And some information that I can get right now. I have a relatively small domain. I have got a significant increase over my vassal limit, and what that's doing is that's actually lowering the number of potential troops that I can have. I've got a little bit of gold, and then the way that the game is scored is through your prestige, so your acts of greatness, and your piety, you know, the good deeds that you do. Maybe for comparison, the Pope currently has 1,210, whereas I am sitting on 1,800, so I take the Pope's confession. The penis mightier than the sword? Think you can get elephants with certain starting places? Indeed. In India. Of course, if I go in too close, we get the fog of war. Actually, yeah, so maybe I haven't really done this, so let's look at the territory. There's Europe. This is the wonderful thing about a game like this. Actually, let's just make it, yeah. The wonderful thing about a game like this, of course, is whenever you start fresh, there's a whole map just waiting for you to conquer it. Do I have any concubines in my realm? No, because I am a Western king. However, if you play, let's say, as a tribal leader, I guess, yeah, Jarls should be able to have. So the Jarl can have a concubine. He chose not to. I think some of the Irish should still have them. Yep. And then if you play as a Muslim ruler, you can have secondary wives. Not quite the same as concubine. So it depends on what culture and religion you have. In my case, I don't have concubines, but I do have a mistress. So, and my wife has the lover's pox, and she sure as hell didn't get it from me. So we're very, well, I'll say we're very liberal in our beliefs, but we're exactly the exact opposite. If I ever find out who was sleeping with my wife, off with his head. So like the only games that you would want, you already have because you're going to play them on cast. Oh, sorry. I didn't read the whole thing. Sorry, that was directed for Jesse Quill. Sorry, my bad. I guess it's different as a caster since you only play what you play on stream and not really as much on cast. I mean, I try to keep a little bit of me time for gaming, especially because I used to be limited in terms of the kinds of games that I could play. But I hear from most casters that they don't actually have a lot of personal gaming time because they spend so much of it on stream. Yeah, NMK, it is definitely an in-depth game. So that's one of the problems, of course, is that the tutorials for this game are not very good. And so what I try to do is I try to break the realm down into these manageable pieces, especially because, like, I have all this white area. I'm the Holy Roman Empire. Historically, Charlemagne was the one to found the Holy Roman Empire, and upon his death, it actually broke up into 3 areas, Italy, Germany, and France, basically. Not exactly along those lines, but you kind of get the idea. And while the HRE did return later in history, it was not quite the same institution, and again had... I mean, one of the things about the Holy Roman Empire is that it was neither holy, not really Roman, and you can't really call it an empire either. So 99% of the time you game is on cast for the last 12 months. I hope you're playing the stuff you enjoy then, Jesse Quill. And we need to do, if you ever have some spare time, we need to do something co-op on cast. I'll chat with you on Discord afterwards, maybe. Unless we want to make these plans in public here. So the main thing that I need to worry about right now is like, okay, so how am I gonna conquer the world? Because this is definitely what I want to do. Well, I'm gonna do that with troops. Right now my troops are very low, and the reason for that is I have room for 44 vassals, and currently I have 61. So effectively what's happening here right now is that Charlemagne was a great ruler, but he couldn't micromanage everything. And so effectively, the realm is suffering. It's not able to be as efficient as it could be because I have too many vassals. And so one of the things I'm going to want to do is to consolidate as many counts into dukes as I can. And one of the ways that I wind up doing that is through money, through creating duchies. What you can see here is I can create 14 different titles. Now, it looks like, what is it, 1, 2, 4 of them are kingdoms, 1 of them is an empire. So in reality, I can make about 10 duchies. Now, a duchy is going to cost me about 100 gold to create, so I can basically make half of the ones that I need, although I'm going to want to keep some money set aside for a reason that I'll explain in a minute. So I've sort of set myself this goal right now, which is I need to get my vassals under control. I can do that through distributing the titles that I have better right now, just reduce the number of people that I need to personally take care of by delegating that to other people. And one of the other ways that I'm going to do that, once I sort of deal with the low-hanging fruit that I already have, the next thing that I'm going to do is create more duchies so that I can sort of pass off these duties. I also have room to get more personal holdings, so I'm actually going to I'm going to anticipate that, and that's actually going to be the first thing that I do. So Had a chat with Tenchi at TwitchCon. There are so many games that he wants to play, but he knows that if he plays him, his stream will die. That's, yeah, one of the things that I kind of like about being a nobody streamer is, well, I would never want to take you guys for granted, of course. I think you're very forgiving in terms of what you let me get away with. I don't need to, I maybe don't need to fear, like, because we've sort of been able to establish something of a rapport, I know that with a couple of exceptions, people are here because they sort of like the style of the cast overall, rather than are showing up because of a particular title that's being played. And I think that's quite liberating in my case, and certainly if I wanted to turn it into a business, one of the things I would need to consider is whether or not I would be able to sustain, you know, my livelihood and as a result the stream through specialization. I do think there is a place for full-on variety casts. In fact, I think Jesse Quill is a fantastic example of somebody who could make the variety formula work very, very well, and still retain very large amounts of viewers. But it's tough. I definitely appreciate it. The people who need to think about this more as a business. All right. So in this case, I can't take anything from Heinrich without losing the opinions of vassals. So in this case, I can ransom him. I get 145 gold because he is a wealthy individual. Now I can decide whether or not well, she's lowborn, so I'm actually not really going to get any money out of her. So in this case, she has a 1 opinion of me. It's a positive opinion, so there's no advantage to me keeping her in prison. All of these other people have negative opinion, which means that they can potentially come into a plot against me. So in this game, you need to manage people's opinion of you. And right now I have 2 duchies of my own. Oh, actually I have 3 duchies, so I need to deal with that as well. Who's loyal? Negative 42 and 19. I really don't like granting land to the clergy, but so be it. I'll also explain some of maybe the lesser appreciated advantages of this kind of consolidation and giving away territories to other people. It's actually not necessarily a bad thing if you give away some territory that you ultimately want to hold for yourself. I'm just going to take a minute to organize myself before I go into that. RPGs are not good for casting unless you're really entertaining or you are at a level where you've reached too big to fail level, just because they're not really enough material to keep your audience entertained. Well, you know, Elpoke, I'll say for my part, I've seen Jessie Quill play a little bit of Dragonfall. I don't know if she did it on stream, and sorry if you didn't like it, by the way, because no, that was a recommendation I made. Actually, I think I bought it for you. But I think the Shadowrun games are actually really good because they allow me to talk. They allow me to sort of play out that dialogue. And it's turn-based, so I'm not necessarily sacrificing a lot of my my attention, right? I can do what I'm doing right now, which is put it on hold. I can talk about what I need to or explain the step that I'm taking, and then we can move on to the next part. So. Could imagine if you were a caster and you had to play something like Hearthstone for 5 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with Hearthstone. I personally couldn't play it for 5 hours. There are games that I think I could put a lot of time into. Like, every time a new Civilization game comes out, inevitably I pull an all-nighter playing it. Not even intentionally, but that is just what that series means to me. What the hell you mean you're boring? Get out of here. You're not... I was going to say, you of all people are not allowed to have false modesty. And, Namkit, what do you mean you got ripped off by your viewers? Oh, sorry, you traded in game assets to a viewer for something else. He broke his promises to... Oh, that is really... I'm really sorry to hear that. And the other thing you worry about streaming is getting swatted. You don't want stalkers either. Yeah. So, Jessica, I'll say, hopefully you'll like Dragonfall if you liked XCOM, because that's what the combat is like. But... I don't know, I mean, I really like the story. By the end of it, I thought it was like, these are some of the most incredible characters, particularly Glory. If you get a chance to do her side story, I was like, okay, this game owns me now. But I mean, obviously, we stream different things, so I hope you like it. All right. So I was going to explain what I did. You may notice that I'm sort of jumping between these maps, and one of the things that Paradox has done, one of the things that I think this game does very, very well, is managing information visually. So right now I'm interested in the political division of the world, and so I kind of see how I am relative to everybody else. And of course, as far as borders are concerned, I'm the largest. And I have a manly beard, which is a very important trait to have as a king. But in this case, I'm a little bit concerned in terms of the individual holdings that I have. And in this case, I'm concerned about my 2 duchies. In this case, the Duchy of Valois, which contains Paris, Ames, and Vermandois. And then the Duchy of Orleans, which contains Chartres, Orleans, Blois, and Vendôme. Now, I want to own all of these titles, but they're owned by somebody else. Now, what I could do is I could just straight up revoke it, but this is going to be a tyrannical act. They may not like it, and I may need to fight them for it. And in the end, my vassals are not going to like that. Basically, it's kind of this contract between the king and the vassal, and you've broken it. Ooh, I can banish somebody, but I don't get any money for it, so I won't do it. So instead, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a plot, and because I have this duchy, I should be able to claim either Chartres, Blois, or Vendôme. Any minute now. Alright, let me just see if I can find any of these down here. Am I just blind? The city. No, I don't want the city though. So I'm curious why it's not permitting me to usurp that county. Oh, that's interesting, Jessica. I mean, like, I'm really passive about stuff like this. Like, I normally don't think about it, because I'm kind of like one of those idiots who's always like, oh, that'll never happen to me. But I should probably... like, on the odd chance, especially when I, like, play more popular titles or something like that, I should probably at least give them the heads up. But yeah, I mean, you have to be a special kind of terrible to go to a Crusader Kings 2 stream where I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call the SWAT team on him. But then I also troll enough chats that probably... yeah, actually, I probably should talk to the police. Yeah, I mean, in Canada, I suspect it's a very different situation. Alright, so my original plan was to try and take some more territories. In this case, I switched views to take a look at the individual duchies, because I control this area, I control that area. I'm not entirely sure why I can't take it. Now, one thing I could consider, if I wanted to maybe try the tyrannical move, I could look at how many people dislike me and try and make a decision based on that. But in the end, I'm not quite willing to go that far. So the next thing that I'm going to do is see if I can change any of my law. Nope, because I'm not at peace. So phase 2 of the plan is I'm going to now go through my realm, and one of the little bits of visual shorthand that I have is you can see these individual small shields. Each of these represent a different vassal that I have. So what I'm particularly looking for are little clusters like this of individual shields. These can be consolidated into an individual duchy, which means that when I can consolidate them into a duchy, I could maybe take like 4 counts. I could make them responsive to 1 duke, and so all of a sudden I reduce this vassal limit by 3. Obviously, the Duke still remains a vassal, so I don't absorb all 4 shields. But basically, there's a number of those situations across my realm. However, I have been streaming for a few hours now, and I really need to go to the bathroom. So, if you don't mind, guys, I'm going to leave this on the cast. Do you guys want to hear the wonderful tones of Crusader Kings 2? Or would you like me to put on a different song for the few minutes I'm going to be away from the keys and just generally sorting myself out? I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to decide. Oh yeah, Alpolk, see, I'm bad at networking. Well, that's not, I mean, like, I don't know if I can be charming, but I can be manipulative enough to get what I want. But it's something I find to be work. I feel like I'd probably do better at this casting thing if I actually took that a bit more seriously. You guys want Muse? I can do Muse. And we'll get a particularly scenic view of the world. So I just gotta queue up some... What music do I want? You know, I like this one. Oh, 2 Steps from Hell? You know, Elpoke, there's something I have planned for some 2 Steps from Hell, so I'm gonna veto that one and we're gonna go with some Muse. See you guys in a minute. the others aren't. So in this case, I'm just going to transfer the vassalage of Dax to the Duke of Gascon. And that's going to reduce my count here. This is actually stuff that I could have done earlier. But, oh, no, for some reason I can't do that. Why? He doesn't have more than one territory. So maybe it's because he's a commander. I gotta go to sleep, go to work and errands tomorrow morning. So great to see you again, El Polk. I'll probably see you modding that pretty lady's stream. 2 weeks with no classes, sleep is for the week. Absolutely, Pie of Reckoning. You know what would be interesting to see? System Shock playing an RTS game like StarCraft 2. I do have StarCraft 2. I'm not particularly good at it. But I'd be willing to try it. Namk, sorry, if you can tell me how to pronounce your name, that'd be great. I feel like I'm going to butcher it every single time otherwise. What do you do for work? And what would you be studying if you had the option of going to school? No spring break, no summer vacation, no real winter break. Yeah, that's definitely true. I definitely worked before I went into school. But yeah, what would you study? And oh, it's because he's in a war probably that I can't transfer the vassalage. So I'm gonna have to sit on that for a bit. Another streamer you could backseat in CK2. Alright, Pie of Reckoning, you've guaranteed that I will never play that game now. Alright, Aquitaine. Now this tells me that I shouldn't have any vassals of my own in here. But let's just double check. Okay, well, clearly that's not the case. So I'm really curious why it doesn't show me a little shield indicating that, but what we can do here is transfer the vassalage. This should be... who is it? Oh, this guy is a duke himself. Oh my god. Okay, that's why. It's the same damn guy. I am not paying attention. You'd be a lifelong student. You'd study everything like that guy in one of those Lampoon movies, but probably computers mostly and math, though you're bad at it now, and outer space. So, I mean, definitely math and computer science, I feel, are two subjects that you have a lot of resources available to you to study independently. Math is really wonderful. So if you like math, you might like Terry Tao's blog. He also goes by Terrence Tao. He's probably one of the smartest mathematicians alive right now. And he gives a really nice perspective on it. But the big thing is that, you know, the nice thing about math is that either the proof is correct or it isn't. And so you can use resources like Wikipedia a little bit more securely because there's very little opinion in math. And then in addition, computer science, of course, is one of those skills. If you want to learn things like, let's say, you know, big O notation or something like that, that might be a little bit more difficult because it has less to do with, you know, a practical skill like programming, which would be something that maybe is a little bit more in demand. But I think a lot of those resources are available for free yourself. Now, of course, working doesn't always give you the free time to pursue those kinds of interests. But I definitely, I mean, in the end, you don't have to be a lifelong student to pick up things that you're interested in. Even if I don't pursue a PhD, I fully intend to do a lot of my econometric work and a lot of my theory work. And because I'm a student, I've been able to get tools like Mathematica and MATLAB, and I mean R is free, but I also have a copy of Stata. I've been able to get them at very reasonable prices using my student discount, but I fully intend to use those resources and to use the knowledge that I have to pursue things that interest me, even if it's not necessarily my job. Well, I mean, now the one thing I will say, like psychology, in one sense, they've almost gone the opposite way with statistics, which is they don't rely on p-values anymore. And I mean, you have this problem where they're looking for like really surprising results, which can result in things like p-hacking and all of that. I think like you need to do good statistics work, but I'm not entirely sure throwing out p-values is quite the way you want to answer that. So solid psychology does actually have some very rigorous foundations for it, but I know there's been a little bit of a problem, and especially at the undergraduate level, that's maybe not as well appreciated. Like, I'm pretty sure most psychologists don't sit around talking about what Freud thought. Unless it's like casual conversation. But I don't know. Alright, so I'm ransoming him. Alright, so I should be able to transfer this guy to young Pepin. I mean, this is kind of kicking the can down the road because... Okay, I'm really confused now why I'm not able to transfer any of these vassals. It has to be because I'm in a war or something like that. Although that wouldn't make sense because I'm not able to transfer these other vassals. Vishna. Wrong P. Or maybe the right P, depending on... Alright, I have a feeling that I'm going to be wasting my time trying to transfer these vassals. It feels like I'm... How many dukes do I have? 1, 2... Wait, 1, 2, 3... Yeah, I mean, that's a lot to go through. Maybe I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna see if this guy is at the top. That if it doesn't change, then that means that there's nobody within the realm that I can... Like, within his realm that I can transfer to him. It's not the most precise, but it seems to be a little bit better than just individually clicking on and trying to navigate everything. I completely forgot where I was. Wait, it was this guy. You also picked up a new game called Starpoint Gemini 2, great space opera type game. Are you going to stream it? Must have been one of those slips, forget what they're called. Are you talking about the Freudian slip? Ah, here we go. Okay, so in theory, this guy... Okay, yeah, and it has the shield indicator, so... So it actually paid off. Now I just need to find him again. Oh god, what am I doing? Okay, I don't think there should be anything in Flanders. I know that because I used to own Flanders, and probably shouldn't have given it away if I'm completely honest. Now you can see why I leave this stuff for off-cast. The big thing, though, is even that one that I found out of doing this actually makes my job that much easier, because eventually we get to a point where I have a large enough army that I can maybe start doing things like going into wars with maybe a bit more of a profit motive. Looks like we don't have anything else we can do, though. Oh, cool. Why not? And he's a count, so... Okay. I feel... Actually, so at this point, I'm gonna wait for the reply. I don't believe my military should be that much improved, but... Alright. Again, we can get away with Germanics. I mean, we could take it from this guy as well. Let's start by... Yeah, saw that one coming. I have a feeling I'm gonna lose them to the fight, but... Them's the brakes. I really don't have that many troops. Still have more than him, though. Navarra is a starting... I've never played it. Sounds like it'd be fun, though. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually take out this... I'm going to finish this fight before I do any more adjustments to the realm. I also need to do something with my... You can go to hell. Alright, well, more war. What do they got in terms of troop numbers? I mean, it doesn't look that impressive. He's got 839 men. Why does he think he can win this? I'm not even going to bother calling in the allies. I'm just going to take Onsbrook and... definitely take the reason to arrest him. And let's see if we can get away with this. Yep. Alright, so I used that as an excuse to imprison him, which means I can't steal the title. Fair enough. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, first of all, lay siege to the place that we wanted to claim. May not be the smartest idea just because it will leave me a little bit susceptible to these guys. The Orthodox faith triumphant. The adherents of the iconoclast faith have steadily dwindled to the point where the Orthodox believers are in the majority. This new state of affairs has reduced the iconoclast faith to the de facto heresy, and all former iconoclast holy orders are now Orthodox. Hey, Jaspoop. The bickering of fools does not concern me. So yeah, under any other circumstances, I would be dealing with this rebellion right away. But because I'm here, it seems like such a waste to... Oh, hello. Looks like my darling wife has died, so naturally we're going to go on to medieval Tinder, and we're going to find ourselves the youngest, most lustful, and hopefully well set up for succession bride that we can. Let's start with... Oh, this looks good, but I lose too much prestige. Yeah, it doesn't look like that's happening. Alright, no lustful options. Guess we'll go by rank. Nope. Family? Let's just take a minute and look for the... Okay, something tells me the Umayyads may not be into this, but Issaros or the Skjoldung. Let's see what we can do with that. So what I'm basically just trying to do here is up my prestige through marrying into a well-known family. Looks like the Scandinavians either don't want me marrying their women or don't have any to marry. And how about the Greeks? Looks like that's not an option either. So difficult. Let's try rank again. There's nobody who's gonna... Maybe I'll just go unmarried. I mean, I can marry into Carling again, as disturbing as that is. What about good traits? Somebody with high diplomacy. I mean, minus 67 isn't a lot. You know what? Let's screw it. Let's go for it. I probably could have done better, but I mean, I'm already gonna blitz your minds with reorganizing my realm. So again, we're gonna siege out the province. I mean, it's kind of dumb because we're just going to wind up giving it away again. And then we'll deal with this rebellion. "53-year-old Charles has the nice 19-year-old wife." Reject diplomatically. I should probably read these titles again. It's been a while since I've done Crusader Kings 2. But. Actually, in the meantime, we have other potential rebellions, so let's make sure our spy master's doing what he needs to do. Apparently already assigned, so next... I've actually been ignoring my diplomat for a while, so let's just find who has a low opinion of me and is also in a position of power. So in this case, my diplomat's heading over to Dijon. Alright, so with that in mind, guys, so I did The Wolf Among Us once upon a time. Wasn't the most popular thing that I've ever done. But I'm a little bit curious if a game like Life is Strange were to come across my path, or if I were to pick it up, or it were to go on a good sale or something like that. Is that the sort of thing that you would be interested in watching, or do you prefer content that's a little bit more like this? With Bowser, every game should end with rainbows and unicorns, including Crusader Kings 2. It's really what the House Rose playthrough is all about. Ah! Slavic Uprising has declared a Holy Roman Slavic revolt against Emperor Charles the Great. What am I dealing with here? 100 rebels. Dear God, whatever will I do? Please make sure that every attack you do attacks them directly in the testicles for making me do this nonsense. Well, I hear there's a very active modding community for this game, so I actually don't want to cross this river to attack them because I don't want to lose the troops on such a stupid attack. That'll be the new DLC? Yeah. Paradox wishes they could come up with something so good for a DLC. Alright, well, that's that taken care of. How is it possible for them to be this far in the rebellion? Oh, that's a Byzantine one. Okay, that's more like it. Jesus Christ. What a pathetic amount of rebels. I will crush them easily. Great Britain. This ain't, listen, we ain't Great Britain. That was the last playthrough. Again, getting rid of all the Germanics. Basically because I can. There's no advantage other than the fact that I can put people of the same culture in the position otherwise, so basically why wouldn't I? There's an absolutely terrible reasoning for what I'm doing, and I don't regret 1 second of it. Yeah, and this is the problem. All of it's useless to me. So we find a loyal vassal, I guess. Or not a vassal, a loyal courtier. There are surprisingly few of them in this realm. I'm beginning to understand I may not be a very popular ruler. Congratulations, you are now the Duke of Brunswick. For lack of any other options. So the guy in prison is leading a rebellion. Cool story, bro. It's probably because I gave that duchy away. I thought I had everything. But it's a little annoying that I have to do that just because the rebellion just gets more, more sieges done. How am I not able to enforce demands when he's sitting in my prison? Like, just go down to his cell and say, I will accept your surrender. Alright, my Emperor, word has reached me that your court chaplain has accused me of heresy. I implore you, as a devout Catholic to another devout Catholic, to believe me when I tell you I am not a heretic. How much does my chaplain like me? A lot. He's not a heretic. I swear, eventually I will start distributing titles. Well, actually, no. It's good that we had this rebellion because I'm able to steal more land. Sure. As you can see, I'm really thrilled with my allies. Actually, this is one thing I keep forgetting about these rebellions, though. Every time they take territory from me, it actually... it does cost me in gold. Alright. You're kidding me. How is it even possible for him to say maybe to this? Whose prison is he in? Oh! He's somebody else's prisoner. Okay, well... we'll just hang out until he says yes. Thank you. You can rot in the cell. Now to crush the other rebellion. Igmar of the Germanic Uprising has declared a second Holy Roman Germanic revolt against Charles the Great. Of course he would. Screw you and the horses you rode in on. And then I'll deal with the real rebellion. Oh yeah, I should give Cell to the new Duke of Brunswick. I sure don't want it. I think if I do... yeah, Cultures is just going to talk about the culture for the region, not the owner. I'm so happy that I caught them. I do not want to chase these guys into other territory. Alright, time to stop by my prison. Let's see if there's anybody with a sufficiently high opinion of me to release. Yeah, she works. I could theoretically release this person and they would have a positive opinion of me too. -10, which I believe comes from imprisoned. So I can afford to release him. But can I steal a title from him first? Nope. So it's Tuesday again. I get it. They don't like me, okay? It's because of my manly beard and my 19-year-old wife. Hey, an opportunity to... Okay, so... He's in Saxony. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna wait till we kill the first rebellion before I start another one. It's a 50-50. When it's a coin toss that decides whether or not you have to fight another war, I figure I'll get myself prepared first. Why am I fighting the Umayyads again? The Byzantines? A lot of luck with that. This is actually a big problem because they are in a place where they could actually hurt my main force. Alright, time to find her somebody nice. Again, we use Medieval Tinder. Probably shouldn't marry her to an Orthodox, even though it would ensure an alliance with the Byzantines. Lombard is okay, but it's kind of territory we already own. Nope. Okay, we'll go for the best I think I'm losing... yeah. I think I'm losing prestige no matter what I pick. I mean, I could just tell her to take the vows. These are all really low status marriages. I mean, maybe I could look for something like Born in Purple. Well, here, let's at least get something out of this. Yeah, that works. Matrilineal. Hey, watching from mobile app while in bed, won't be typing much. What did you miss of your reign? Lots and lots of rebellion. We have been in constant war. I am way over my vassal limit. I'm 9 vassals over, which means I actually finally have some vassal levies. But yeah, it's basically been rebellion after a rebellion because I'm basically fighting with my personal force, which is all of like 1,000 guys. But we're making some progress. Vishnu says everything is going fine. Definitely no rebellions. Ignore what I just said. Vishnu is 100% got it. Great. My liege, I am pleased to report that your errant subject Benno has converted to the Catholic faith. Praise Jesus! Speaking of which, how are you doing on the... Alright. As much as I like converting subjects, let's continue on with stamping out. It is time for you to recognize the full independence of Alemania and the other states in the independence faction. Be reasonable and let us not resort to bloodshed. And I sure as hell won't be blackmailed. Now, fortunately, because the rebellion has risen... So this is one nice thing that happens when I have rebellions. I reduce my vassal limit because of the people who are rising up, which means that I gain access to more vassal levies that were sort of suppressed because of the... because of being so far over. So, for instance, I now have 7,000 troops to my name, which I will now be raising in the name of the forces of right and truth. Unfortunately, we also have a bunch of angry Muslims roaming the countryside, so we need to be a little bit careful in how we deploy them. Let's kind of group these up, so these guys should head here. We're gonna have a little bit of overlap here, I think. I think probably best to just avoid any confrontation here altogether. And this group. There we go. Apparently we'll do nothing in response to a rebellion. It's probably because they already went rebellion. Yeah. Can I take territory yet? Nope. Oh well. Alright. So again, stomp rebellions, be awesome, do that usual business. I mean, I guess the nice thing is that with the cycle, like, it's really, really volatile. But with sort of each passing, like the danger of the rebellion becomes smaller. So, I mean, there is an end to this cycle. It's just kind of irritating that I have to deal with this weird mechanic of like not having any vassal levies to suddenly having all the levies. Alright, go convert heathens. At least one of these rebellions is put down. Where are they heading? Wow. So I'm trying to think the best way of handling this current batch. I think we'll just... You know what? Whatever. As soon as I get a chance to imprison him. Yeah, well, whatever. It's another rebellion for me to deal with. Oh, great. Okay, so legalism is what I want because that will allow me to increase my crown authority as well as my... Oh, you know what? That won't give me... No, hang on. It's the authority that gives me the new forms of succession. So for seniority, I need medium. Although ultimogeniture is... might even be a little bit better. I mean, it's a tough call for me. I could do legalism or I could do majesty. I think legalism is the better one overall because that's going to give me... The higher crown authority is going to give me more access to my vassals' troops. So I'm going to go for that. But majesty is, again, the scoring mechanic of the game, so I think in another life I might have made a different choice. Alright, so I think the way we handle these guys is... this will become my main force. I'm going to send them north. Their scariest unit is... Yeah, so here and then to the right. I'll let these guys take a minute to get together. I think maybe I'll just get them to sweep through Toulouse. Actually, you know what? I'll just divide it up. I think I'll move to deal with this other rebellion. It's probably... I think it's probably the better... I just have one stack to deal with each rebellion. Obviously, I'll take care of the troops. That'd be silly not to, but... Oh man, he's coming to me. It's nice of him. Yeah, Green forgave me. I think it's, legalism's the better call. I mean, realistically, if I'm having this many rebellions, I'm going to be 1 at war and 2 in, you know, have negative opinion for quite some time, so I'm not entirely sure I'm going to realize the benefits from it as quickly as I could. I really should put some commanders here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. But with that in mind, like it gives me the option, and that's probably one of the more important things to have in the game. Is like as long as you preserve the option, you're ahead of things. Man, he's making good time. All right. Man, what do I do about this? I think we should probably just go straight for the troops, to be honest. A lot of times rebellions are more annoying than threatening. They really just make your other vassals mad if you have to raise their levels in order to deal. Exactly, yeah. I don't think you've ever seen a below vassal limit ever. I mean, in the previous playthrough that we were doing, we actually had a pretty good management system for the vassals. It's just a shame that it got screwed up. Okay, great. So I'm going to move these guys to deal with this little group here. This one's almost done. Okay, so this is Byzantine. Who are these guys fighting in? Bavaria. So this one's mine. More or less done, actually. I could care less about this one. This is going to take a minute, and I'm losing this one, but not really. Of course, in your case, you tried uniting Italy for your demo time. Oh, digging straight down, so you don't have the full, you don't have the full game? Fate smiles upon me, and my wife is pregnant. Hopefully not with a male heir. Okay, I think I need to... Who's this guy allied with? Alright, so I think... I think I need to commit the full 3,000 for this. I guess I just take the capital? I can't have to... It can't be that much. Oh wait, I haven't finished sieging, that's why. As you can see, the knights started to wear on me a little bit. Dark Altar 98, how are you doing tonight? I got sidetracked with festivals. Man, it has been so long since I've had a festival. Too busy making the war. Okay, I didn't just imagine all of those troops from Flanders, right? Hey, more people to imprison. I'm not entirely sure there's a benefit to imprisoning these people, to be completely honest. Alright, what do I do? Let's cut it in half, punch Vikings, and deal with the rebellion. I mean, I don't like 1900 given the size of the Flanders army, but seeing as it seems to have vanished in thin air, I will accept. There we go. Okay, now, decision time. Is there a loyal vassal? Yes, there is a loyal vassal in Toulouse. Screw you, buddy. There's actually a few loyal vassals. Okay, he likes me by 100, but he's 58. There's another guy with a fine beard. He's 23, so he definitely gets the duchy. And we should actually be doing really well for our vassal count now because we're so close to the limit. It's just a shame I'm going to have to lose them again as I reincorporate all these into my realm. Vini Vino? Beautiful. Now then, Sacro. Man, we conquered the Catholic Church in the previous playthrough. Phone died. And I like you enough to go to your PC at 4:15 a.m. Guys, the game is over. Jesse Quill won. There's no other way that anybody could top that compliment. I mean, not that I'm unfamiliar with keeping beautiful women up all night, but the streaming is what really matters. He has no idea what to do with this. Also, Jessie Quill is raffling because she knows it's true, not because it's an impossibility that makes it funny. Just so you know. Going to the PC at 4:15 is usually reserved for something else? Whatever do you mean, Vishna? Please elaborate. How is it possible that... Oh, because I don't have any of his territory yet. You know, I think probably let's just take these territories because we're here. This guy... It makes most sense to take the capital, and we can probably divide this up again. So we will punch Vikings. I think we'll actually just siege the other province with that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, so news has reached me that a claimant to one of my titles, Eaglemar, is hiring men for an attack against me. I'm very glad that I have a spy master open. I hope he is not prone to accidents. That is a fairly credible threat, so we will just keep sieging. And, I mean, it'd be wonderful if I could just go crashing into that 913, but I'm going to wait to siege out this, this county, and then I'll move north. Looking up nochi recipes, obviously. Good answer. And apparently 900 men are not enough to take over that territory. Now, I have a new heir. If your character dies, you will now play as Richard Carling, who is very clearly exhibiting his mother's traits. That is unquestionably an Irish kid, not a French kid. Have you ever seen a Frenchman who looks like this? Richard, or as his friends call him, Dick. Byzantine civil war to lower crown authority is ended in a white peace? Oh, Byzantine. Cool. A co-conspirator Moore has assembled a party of mercenaries who will ambush Eaglemar disguised as highwaymen. I am assured that he will not survive the encounter. So here's an important thing to keep in mind. The way that the assassination mechanic works in this game is I think a plot takes like 200 years with no supporters. So, like, basically, it will take over two lifetimes for you to actually successfully assassinate a guy. However, as you gain plot power, it reduces the amount of time required. Now, this guy is so hated that it took me less than a few days to find enough conspirators to want him dead. So, yes, the roads aren't safe anymore. Why am I even keeping these troops here? This is a complete waste of time. Let's just go. Success! The mercenaries ambushed the carriage. Igmar and made short work of him. They let the driver go, and he is convinced that the attack was carried out by highwaymen. Oh, those nasty bandits. It's good to be the king. You got assassination is the most expedient path. Okay, I really need to finish this rebellion. And I think I can afford to split this up again. Oh my god, there might actually be peace in our time. Of course there's not enough. Alright, there we go. So now we're basically on the right track for all of these. It's a little weird, actually. The one that I have the lower score for, I'm committing 3 divisions to, but... So, one of the things I was going to mention, how do you get the Dwarf Fortress achievement? Dark Altar, I'm not quite sure myself. Part of it may be luck. One thing that you could... I mean, I'm sure you know that you need to be playing on Iron Man. Sorry, just gonna take a minute here to load him up so I can steal his titles. You know what, let me just take a minute and... Oh right, I disabled Steam alert. Let me just take a minute and bring up Steam to take a look at the details of the achievement. You need something like 7 dwarfs in the kingdom, right? Have 7 courtiers with the dwarf trait. Okay, so here's a couple ways that I would go about that. Probably your most obvious option would be to go under Find Characters. So right now we've got 3 dwarfs within my realm, right? So first of all, obviously you can make suggestions in terms of how these people marry. So first of all, make sure, you know, they're married to Lustful and so on and so forth, so it's possible that they bring in that that trait. Now, as far as others are concerned, what you can always do is you should be able to invite people to your court. Let's see if I've got any examples. I mean, so a great example of this would be Yakta. If I was actually able to, invite her. The reasons I can't do this is okay. So she's married, and she's too distant to interact with. But if you have somebody who's like this, and you make them mate with one of the other dwarfs, obviously you increase your chances. So what you want to do here is use the search feature to look for dwarfs. Look for ones who are, you know, kind of credible to join your realm. So you might want to look for something like, you know, similar religious traits. So this is a great, should be a good example. Once she becomes an adult, she's 3, of somebody who might come over. Oh, here we go. So invite to court. He says no right now, and this is based on religion and base reluctance. Now, chances are I'm not going to be able to bribe him enough to make him betray his religion. But this is where you start doing searches like by religion or something like that, right? So I can look for Catholic dwarfs. Now, Cornelius should already be in my realm. But he's not an adult anyway. I'm pretty sure this guy's one of my vassals. Okay, Sussex, perfect example. So invite to court. She'll say no. She has a good opinion of me, has a very good opinion of her current liege, and doesn't have a reason to move. So in this case, I would maybe want to send a gift. Again, like a 55 gift will make her like me by 100. The problem is that with all of these negatives, it may still not be enough. So a very large part of this is luck. You can make luck work in your favor by doing the crazy German geneticist thing, and you know, following that. I don't know what to say. I think. I mean, I haven't really thought a lot about starting places that actually have a lot of dwarfs. I don't know if that's something that's determined at the beginning of the game. So maybe you could spend some time like looking at the opening maps and finding if there's a county that just happens to have a lot of, or like a duchy or something like that that has a lot of dwarfs running around in it. Thank you, Alpic. Yeah, so I mean, I'm guessing on all this, but I like that people who know the game a little bit better are answering this. You have 10 dwarfs, but it didn't work. Well, were they courtiers, though, right? And also, were you on Iron Man? But yeah, the guidelines of it are quite specific. So I think if they hold titles, they wouldn't count as courtiers anymore. Plot to kill? Who do I hate? I don't hate anybody yet. Now, he really likes me, but he probably won't after I take his titles, so... Actually, this is a great opportunity because I've been meaning to give this guy Spoleto for a while. Oh, but I hate that he gets Ancona with it. Whatever, screw it. What is crazy German genetics? There was a man once upon a time who had a unique vision of the world and an interesting taste in facial hair. He was a big Charlie Chaplin fan, from what I understand. Damn! I picked the right wife. I mean, what did that Lombard wife didn't give me any kids. We are totally doing it. That, like, 57-year-old 23 sex that you know they have. Just pounding out babies. Yeah, Jesse Quill owns the crazy German genetics. She is the expert. Yeah, Jesse Quill, just imagine that scene you love in The Wolf Among Us with Ichabod Crane enacting his fantasy with Snow White. That I'm sure that's exactly what it looks like, except Charlemagne has a much more dashing beard. It's good. It's for holding on with the intensity of the moment. My good Irish wife can just hang on to that beard and feel secure. Does she? Maybe I'm the one who's giving it to the lovers. That's the second wife I've got who has the lover's box, so... Alright. 29 versus 26. And I've got a lunatic general. Yeah. Something tells me Ogier has passed his prime as a marshal. Let's get researching that military tech, my friend. Any factions popping up yet? Nope. Then my spy master gets to hang out for a bit. That is one virile 57. He's Charlemagne, dude. That'd be a gross security blanket. So itchy. How is it going, Endors? Good to see you again. Yes, it's syphilis. I gotta tell you guys about some of the suggested cures for syphilis in ye old days. That sounds like a fun conversation to have on stream. All this mental imagery is making you mess up your rocket launches. Vishna, I hope you are playing Kerbal Space Program. I love that game. Doing well, fell asleep like 6 hours ago, so you're super well rested. Oh, so now I'm gonna feel like super obligated to put everything into the stream. Can we please just end this rebellion already? This is ridiculous. What master stroke is he wait? Okay, thank God. I'm taking all the titles. Please tell me he doesn't own all of them. Alright, looks like Ulm is rising, my friends. Alright. We sort of have peace. Of course, we're back to 53 out of 45 of our vassal limit, so that's not great. But at least we've got an army to speak of. Let's do it. You're so curious. Wait, what? Kerbal, another game you'll have to find. Yeah, Kerbal is such a fantastic game. Do I stream KSP? You sound awfully like Das Valdez. I don't know who Das Valdez is, and I kind of feel a little sorry for him based on that. I don't think anybody should be cursed to carry my traits. But I hope he wears it well. So I have played Kerbal Space Program in the past. Actually, the first thing I ever uploaded to Twitch was a Kerbal Space Program video. I will admit I've not played as much. In fact, I haven't played it for any meaningful amount since the first, since the game was fully released and taken out of early access. But I think if you go to, oh, sorry, curious about Cures for Syphilis. He's quite a popular KSP streamer. Okay. One of the things I am looking forward to do, though, so this is like literally a brand new PC that I'm running CK2 on. So what I'm really looking forward to doing is like modding the hell out of Kerbal Space Program to make it look gorgeous. And then I think I'll do a nice big return to KSP stream. The big thing is that like the game has obviously become much more complicated since I played it in early access. And so like basic things like not ripping my parachute off the top of my spaceship is a problem for me still. So I need to do a little bit of learning beforehand to make the stream actually fun. But of course failure is part of the fun. It's just I want to fail in like meaningful ways, not like, oh my god, have you ever read the manual kind of ways. So what if I told you a very well-placed iron brand could cure you of the lover's pox, if you're a guy at least? Actually, a funny thing is Neil Ferguson. He's a Scottish historian. Used to be at Harvard. I think he's moved to Stanford now. But in his book Civilization, I think he also does it in a TV program. He makes a note of under the Ottoman Empire, you know, you have these records kind of showing, you know, great deeds and what's going on and so on and so forth. And you kind of get an idea in terms of what the priorities of the sultans are. And you can sort of track the decline of the Ottoman Empire when you see sort of the shift from these great, you know, efforts of science and technology to all of a sudden quite a few researchers being dedicated for cures of syphilis. Which is, I don't know, it's a neat little, like, it's not the sort of thing like you'd found a theory on, but it's just a neat little correlation with something that you observe and just seeing the completely different priorities that two sets of rulers had and the consequences that had for the way that the world was shaped. All right, I think it's time to create some titles. I will, at the very least, create, let's say 3 titles at the very least. So it looks like the two Lorraines, maybe Alsace. Let's start with those. Wait, does Lower Lorraine already exist? There we go. So again, ideally I would take it away from this guy, but I really can't afford to have people mad at me because I'd like to change some of my succession laws. True Kerbal fashion, bro. You made it back. Almost made it back. Barely made it back in One Piece, not almost. Alright, unfortunately she's a lady, so she can't inherit. These are actually two really strong candidates, but this guy's 27 and looks like a badass, so he becomes the Duke of Upper Lorraine, which is south of Lower Lorraine. Go figure. I'm really curious why this guy doesn't come with it. Why must this man be my vassal? I mean, if I give him Alsace, you know, no, this guy gets Alsace. And it includes, okay, whatever. I'm beyond even caring about what the de jure titles are. You know, I think I could probably afford to do 2 more of these things, so let's see. I don't want to make the... I'd like to make the kingdoms, but I should be doing things that reduce my vassal count. So Baden is currently my best option. This gives me access... Well, but it's Byzantine Empire. What's their strength right now? 12,000? I don't want to risk it. If I piss them off, then I just need another rebellion, and I suddenly start losing territory to them. I don't think I gain a whole lot from that. I mean, a lot of the Italian provinces are just 2, assuming I own them. I don't think Barry will give me that much either. Alright, so let's make Baden. I think probably the best way to go about this to begin with is just to focus on the Franks first, and then maybe we can consider some of the Italian holdings. Man, just need to get rid of 3 more vassals. Do we have a Duke of Firenze already? Yes, we do. He's actually got a lot of territory. Pisa doesn't answer to me, so not the best option. Neither does Tours. Okay, so this actually is my best option. Look at that handsome man. What does he have to be depressed about? Alright, so the plan with this one is I'm actually going to use him as an excuse to attack the Byzantines at some point. Currently they're an ally, so I can't do that, and they are relatively strong. But when I want to take Italy, this will be one way that I accomplish that. Is the Pope my vassal? No, he is not. I don't even think I can give him the offer of vassalage. Yeah, he's not too fond of that. I will definitely be attacking and conquering his territory at some point, though. Again, I need to be a little bit more secure in my position before I start going on wild antics like that, but it'll come. Alright, so I think any more duchies that I make... Oh, hang on. I can get rid of 1 more duke, I think. Well, he's 54. Hang on. So what does his son think of me? Negative 18. This guy's son, negative 7. And he's younger. So I mean, one fun thing to think about in a game like this is to reflect on the fact that, you know, like the decisions I'm making are very arbitrary here, right? It's like, this guy looks good, or, you know, this guy is loyal to me at this one part of history. And yet, like, there are families, there are people living an extremely luxurious kind of lifestyle specifically because at one point in history, a decision like that was made. It's like, you become the Duke of this, you are now landed, and, you know, you can, you know, just make a ton of money off of this. And I mean, clearly it's probably not like that, maybe not that arbitrary, but you kind of have to wonder how many, you know, family fortunes just rest on the whimsy of a king trying to divide up, you know, territory. I mean, honestly, the best way for me to get my vassal limit down is to revoke one of these. I wish I could just do it in a plot. I don't know, look at this. I've got 12,000 troops. 14,000 troops if I include my own. I'd say that's a fairly robust army. You can install an anti-pope and then get a claim on the papacy for him, and that pope will be my vassal. Oh, okay. It's not a bad idea, actually. I need to switch to free investiture. I don't know, I'm kind of partial to the idea of conquering this for some of my vassals. I'll need to think about it. But we definitely should start fighting the Pope at some point. Neither of you are ambitious, both of you have strong heirs, he has a much better beard. Yeah. Never played a powerful Catholic nation. I encourage you to try the Charlemagne start. Forming the Empire of Francia is basically handed to you in that playthrough. Forming the Holy Roman Empire is not necessarily trivial. I'm not going to say it's particularly hard. And you do need to sort of manage a couple of events that occur with they occur with certainty. But I don't know, I find it a pretty worthwhile playthrough. Okay, now's not a bad time to maybe review some next steps. The big things that I will be doing for the next few turns, I need to consolidate my position. I can't really make duchies right now, but what I can do is I can sort of add to my holdings by taking a look at existing duchies and saying is like, okay, what are some ones that I can expand for free? So for instance, this guy isn't a duke, I'm going to need to create this area, so it doesn't make sense to attack Ferrara or Ravenna right away. However, I do have a Duke of Spoleto, but I don't own Spoleto, and so if I wanted to attack the Pope, this would be a great place for me to do that, because it adds to my realm, but it doesn't add to my vassal count. In theory, I could also do the same for Brindisen, or however you pronounce it. But of course, that involves going toe-to-toe with an enemy who's basically only 2,000 troops weaker than me. And of course, I'm going to be at war a lot more than them, and so the likelihood of me suffering for that is fairly high. Now, we did also commit to taking back territory from Croatia. And in this case, it would be to take Crane back. Or just the whole area, apparently. It's actually not a bad idea. I've only got 1,000 troops. I think that's the next war that we're going to do. So yeah, the reason why that's a desirable target is it allows me to claim the remaining 2 territories for somebody... Oh, he's not my duke. I think he becomes my vassal, though. In any case... Oh, hang on. No, this is actually exactly what I want to do, because then I can take these two vassals. They will be in my same... They'll all be under this one duke, and so I go from 46 to 45, so... I think it's time we put on a little Christmas music. What do you? Currently we're at war with the Umayyads as allies of the Byzantines. I'm doing absolutely nothing for this war though, because I can't get anything out of it. But yeah, I think it's time for some Christmas music, seeing as the game hasn't given it to us. So, bear with me a second. Sing along, everybody, if you know the words. Canada isn't a real country, Andros. Right now our succession laws are agnatic gavelkind, so possibly the worst that I could be at, but we've been at war the whole time, so no real options to change. Last verse, everybody. Sing along if you know the words. only one who will inherit. Actually, you know what? I'll let you guys see the... I will copy and paste the lyrics for that song. vodka when I'm with the Russian. The forest is not big enough for barons, they demand hunting rights on church lands after chasing all the game to the church's side of the forest and having to stop the hunt unless they'd risk the anger of the church. You can say, it's not a big deal, let them hunt on church land, or stay on your side of the forest. So there's no real negative for the barons. He does have a 100 opinion of me, but in this case I'll just say stay on your side of the forest. We're still at the point where the Catholic Church kind of rules, at least until I take over all their territory. You're lazy with your whiskey, usually just go with Jack. Yeah, I should say too, I'm saying whiskey in the most general term. Like, honestly, the majority of what I drink is from Scotland, right? So, you know, I definitely enjoy a single malt if I can get my hands on it. I'm drinking John Walker's Amber Restorative, Dr. Walker's Amber Restorative. I have actually had very little, American whiskeys or Japanese whiskey. Actually, some friends of mine for last Christmas got me a whiskey called Bastille, which is from France, which I'm looking forward to trying. I kind of wanted to try it with them, though, so. But from what I understand, there's nothing wrong with Tennessee whiskey. I think Jack should be good. I just never have it. I've never had it. Believe it or not. Alright, now we've got a little bit of a problem here because the co-religionists are becoming involved in the war, although I'm hoping that I'm able to siege out their provinces before I need to... before I actually need to confront them. Looks like they're trying to make a play, but I should be able to throw it back at them. So the key here is I want to try and get all these territories sieged out first, and then if I have to move troops, at least I've kind of got a nice foothold. These guys are starving, I think because these supply lines got cut off, but it shouldn't matter in a couple of turns. Okay, so you go here. They'll arrive 27th. They'll arrive the 26th, so I'll just wait a couple days. What I want to do is I want to make sure that I don't lose this siege. Actually, you know what? I'm going to wait the whole period. Whoa, 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 whoa. These guys... Oh, Jesus Christ, they already took Zagreb. What do I do? I think I combine them here. That sucks. I think I have to cross a river for this, but that's fine. That's gonna be 5,000 units just punching them. I haven't seen this, so my liege, good news. During my mission to Paris, I happened to meet a noble Baron Ladus of Meaux. After promising him not to divulge any of the information outside the realm, he decided to share with me some of the military advancements he had implemented in the last year. Enclosed in this letter is a document describing them in more detail. Gain 50 military technology points. Slavics will have 80 more... You know what? I did forget that. But fortunately, we'll have 3,000 angry Christians to take them out. Most confusing thing about this game is the military stuff. I just run bigger numbers into smaller... Well, I mean... Technically, not all the time, but a good majority of the time, that is actually all that you need. I would argue that Europa Universalis will punish you for such a strategy. And it's maybe... Okay, so if you wanted absolute certainty in a game, I don't believe... I don't believe you would like be able to kind of quite run with that in Crusader Kings 2. But unless... I mean... in all but the most extreme situations, you're actually usually able to take advantage of numbers. Terrain does actually count, technology does count, but as a whole, numbers usually wind up kind of carrying the day. As much as I hate to admit it. Like again, even an 80% morale bonus, well, if it counts as their own territory, if I've sieged it out, and crossing like a river and stuff like that, they can't sustain the defense. Oh, thank you, Andros. Why don't I own that? Alright, so I got some money now. Let's just... Surely I can... Why can't I make this duchy? Or usurp this duchy? Can. I just wasn't looking in the right place. So there's a side of me that kind of wants to keep this territory for myself. Actually, let's just go. Oh, you know what? No, I do need to give him Crane because I... Well, okay, actually let's make a new vassal out of this. Make a new vassal out of that. Okay, yep. I'll eventually wind up giving this this stuff back, but for now. The other nice thing about this is, so it looks like this is Pannonia. Okay. So he's not that strong, so in theory, one of my vassals could actually claim that for himself. If he's a particularly industrious individual. Unfortunately, it seems like that wasn't quite enough to get me under my vassal limit. Retinues add a lot to it, definitely. I mean, I haven't quite been able to afford it because I want to get my... Obviously, the gains that I'll gain from being able to take my full vassal levies are more than what I get from the retinue, but I definitely agree with that. Speaking of which, let's go for military organization. And I mean, can I just straight? Oh no, I've got levies up, so we'll wait on that. All right, so now I can actually get away with changing some of the succession laws. Let's start with Crown Authority. So this is a tricky one for me, just because in the end I'd prefer to have like a single... Okay, so let's start by finding out what vassals are mad at me. For some reason I have the King of Bavaria. I have no idea how I just suddenly wound up with that. So what's it gonna take to bribe these guys? 40 for 38. I'll give him an honorary title. Sweet. So ultimogeniture can hurt me. but you only YOLO once. Alright, so I need to bring over Middle Francia. The next step is going to be, the next step has to be getting Agnatic Cognatic in place. That's not going to affect me for the current generation, unless like I have another kid and this guy dies. Alright, so who doesn't like me in Middle Francia? A lot of people. Alright, this might be tricky. Can I bribe him? 61 for 38. You know what? It's worth it. Oh, but he was not the only one. This is so dangerous. Because, like, I need one war, and all of a sudden, I can't defend myself. But at least we have uniformity in our laws, so that's good for me. And actually, to show what a complete bastard I am... Actually, no, that would be suicide. Oh, this is such a hard decision to make. So what I'm thinking is revoking the kingdom. But that winds up giving me like so many vassals. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you know what? Screw it. Oh, hang on. Crown Authority of Kingdom of Varia allows revocation. Okay, never mind. Don't have the option. Oh, sorry guys, I gotta check it. Alright, I gotta start reading chat a little bit more. You've played a bit and read the wiki some, nothing more. I have to say, it's given you a lot of real interest. Yeah, same here. Actually, we do read a history book on the stream. Didn't pay attention to stuff in school. I mean, I didn't get that much of an opportunity to read a lot of it. If you pay too much attention to Chalk's playthroughs, I'm certain that your understanding of history is going to be skewed. Oh, is the WTF the grandpa? Do you not know the story about Grandpa, Jesse Quill? What I don't have on stream? Sorry, I don't quite follow the question, Vishna. Sorry, back spilled water on your desk. Sorry to hear that for your desk. I would hope for the rest of us water on the shirt, but, well, provided it's a white t-shirt. I'm trying to make a terrible reference at an early hour in the morning. It's not working out, so. You don't know Grandpa. Endors, would you like to share, Jesse Quill, the story of Grandpa? Okay, so we can't make any war for the next little while, just while I build up my my resources. Well, check Snapchat. Oh, and for some reason, I just lost a ton for my demand size. Oh, it's because Gavelkind was giving me extra demand. That's right, I keep forgetting about this thing. I guess I really don't need... Ah, Endors, it wasn't a duchy, it was a county. Sorry guys, I know this is compelling television. I just need to think about I need to think about my next step. Nothing to be ashamed about, Endors. Yeah, so Jesse Quill, the first game that we played of Crusader Kings 2, basically the one that I learned on, we started off as the Count of Westmoreland, and this is, we weren't playing at the 769 start, we were starting in the Viking Age, so basically we got invaded by Vikings, we fought for our independence from them, In this case, let's say I am a little bit worried about the fact that the kid is going to be too young. I can always have the option of switching to seniority with medium crown authority. In addition, the minimum levies are increased, so I get 40% of my vassals' troops, which means that my army has become larger, or theoretically would. I mean, I have problems with being a little too large, but still, I've got 11,000 troops to my name, which is, again, a good thing. And then it does have a cost in the sense that my vassals like me a little bit less, but I am kind of able to get away with more. So I also should be able to start revoking some of these titles, I think. Really? You're gonna make me go tyrant to get some of this stuff, huh? I mean, I'm kind of near the end of my life. I think what I'll do is... do I have any other places that are trying to implement laws? Okay, let me do that systematically. So I mean, what I probably should do at this point is revoke, well, I mean, there's some people who really hate me. I think maybe I'll wait till I've got my military up, and then I'll consider revoking a couple of these titles so I can just have, I can sort of sort out my base. Right. I love all these twisted random events that they hid in the game. Have you had the one where the portal to hell? I have had the one where the portal to hell opens up. I haven't had the spawn of Satan. And my youngest has a nanny appearing to him. At some point, she'll be attractive and genius or something, and she'll be a mystic. A few months later, your older son starts to go into a coma and die, and the youngest will get insane stats and all of the negative traits. That's amazing. It's the Omen in Crusader Kings. It's time to let the tournament begin, and for the next 2 months, let all show their martial brilliance. My liege, your guest Dagobert Vordi has been tragically killed during the tournament. Most unfortunate. Your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I've discovered a plot where Count Uldric seeks to fabricate the claims on the Duchy of Burgundy. $47! Holy crap, I've never seen that in a game. Man, this is a cursed tournament. My liege, I was trying to teach the thick-headed peasants of parents how to use siege weapons when one of them dropped a boulder on my foot. I despair over ever teaching these idiots how to wage war. He gains the trait Wounded, but still is 28 martial. Victory is mine. Holy crap. Man, guys, we've got a candidate for Grandpa 2. Victory is mine. At 60 years old, I triumphed in several melees, proving once and for all that I am